Welcome to CLAT POSSIBLE. Today we will be doing the paper analysis of AILET, and I hope it has gone really well. We've done the first impressions from our students from across all of our centers, and they seem to be very, very happy with the entire examination, especially the general knowledge section. So let's start off with the very first question here. What we can talk a little about the AILET examination is that it's extremely relevant and it is more current oriented than static oriented. I think it is a very, very well researched examination. I'm not comparing it with any other, but I think this one is. It was a good exam. We felt great about all the questions that came up. And now, without wasting any more time, let's start off with the very first one.
Thank you, ma'am. So guys, the first question was, which of the following global companies is not led by a CEO of Indian origin? So you have all the four options here. Starbucks, Lakshman Narsingham, Microsoft is Satya Nadella, Chanel is Leela Nair. The fourth option is Red Bull. So the CEO of Red Bull is Dietrich Mateschitz. Okay, so the right answer for this one will be option D.
Yeah, I think it seems to be the year of person of Indian origin, right?
Yes,
they're ruling the world. Lovely question. All right, so let's start off with the second one. This is to do with the cash reserve ratio. Honestly speaking, I don't really like the option which is the correct option because of the fact that cash reserve ratio, what is it? It basically is a little bit of a percentage out of the total deposits that are given to a bank. That RBI tells the bank that, listen, you need to give this a little portion of these deposits to me, and you have to give it to me in the form of cash, upon which the bank will earn no rate of interest, right? So the very first option that says percentage of bank's total deposits that is required to be maintained either in cash or as a deposit with RBI, it is supposed to be 100% in cash because this is not statutory liquidity ratio, right? And it is deposited with the RBI. But the rest of the options are incorrect. Minimum rate at which RBI lends funds to commercial banks. So for a short duration, that is called repo rate. And for a large duration, that is basically known as bank rate, right? So that can't be the answer. Minimum percentage of net profit to cash flow, not the answer. Maximum percentage of deposits that can be extended as loans by a bank at any given point of time can absolutely not be the answer, because this is a percentage of the deposits that the bank cannot use, right? It has to mandatorily give it to RBI. So the answer is A, but not really well written, but which is fine. Let's go on to the next one. Okay,
so which author made history by being the first Indian to win the Booker Prize? So guys, बुकर प्राइज में हम लोगों ने जब पढ़ा इसके बारे में, इस साल के भी हम लोगों ने जब डिस्कस किए थे, सो वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस्ड अरुंधति रॉय वाज द फर्स्ट इंडियन फॉर हर वर्क दैट वाज गॉड ऑफ स्मॉल थिंग्स. बाकी सारे ऑप्शंस यहाँ पे अगर हम लोग चेतन भगत की बात करते हैं तो चेतन भगत हैज नेवर रिसीव्ड इट. अरविंद अडिगा, व्हाइट टाइगर 2007-2008, yes, but he was definitely not the first Indian. So the right answer here would be Arundhati Roy, god of small things.
Right, the next one is, which of the following is not a recipient of Nobel Prize? Now the thing is, this has also been in news plenty of times because they say that even though he was nominated, he was never really given the award, and the person we are talking about is Mahatma Gandhi.
In fact, he was nominated for 3 times, ma'am, right?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. But never really given the award. So, and there are plenty. In fact, even in this year, the Indian Express came up with an article that says, why did Mahatma Gandhi not win a Nobel? Anyway, let's go on to the next one.
Okay, so pick the incorrect combination. ये space sciences से है यहाँ पे आपके पास. First option is New Horizons. Pluto is the right option. Cassini-Huygens, an initiative for Saturn. ये भी correct answer है. Juno, Jupiter, absolutely correct. Ignis Sun, इस नाम का बेटा, Ignis नाम का कोई मिशन ही नहीं है बेटा. Sun definitely इस साल न्यूज में था आदित्य L1 के कंटेक्स्ट में. So maybe इसीलिए ये क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे पूछा हुआ है. इग्निस का कोई भी मिशन, इग्निस नाम का कोई भी मिशन नहीं था जो सन की तरफ भेजा गया था.
Right. Also should be very, very easy for you because you've done this plenty of time in quizzes and your mocks and your magazines. So now they're talking about COP26 conference, which has been significant global event. What was its primary focus? COP26, in fact, you know, they should have ideally written UNFCCC, but then that's perfectly fine. Even then, COP26, Panchamrit, we guys have done this plenty of times. So an annual event celebrating cinematic achievements, not at all, right? Addressing climate change and environment sustainability, yes. Gaming industry, no, not really. And international trade agreements, again, not. Because COP26 is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and that is what this was all about. Right, we were expecting a question on Sultan Al Jaber, I think,
Yes,
because
exactly,
of COP28, but well, they kept it simple, which works for us. Let's go on to the next one. This is...
Okay, so a key thrust area for the Supreme Court of India has been towards securing diversity and inclusion in its rank. Again, the reason for asking this question was the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, which was in news in September 2023. Who was the first women judge of the Supreme Court of India? You have all the options here. Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai? No. Justice B.V. Nagratna, she would become the first female Chief Justice. The third option, Justice M. Fatima Bibi. Okay, recently, her name was also news because she died recently. So option C is your correct answer here.
Yes, right. So again, something that we've done plenty of times. Now this is again GDP, very, very simple. GDP क्या होता है? Gross is any value out of which we've not deducted anything. Gross domestic product would be goods or services. So this is basically the final value of goods and services that are produced by your country. It can be produced by a foreigner also in India or by an Indian in India. But the primary point in GDP is that it should be within our own geographical area. And so hence we will go on to the last option seems to be the best option here, which is broadly understood as the final value of goods and services produced within the geographic boundaries of a country during a specified period of time. Let's go on to the next one. I think I've missed one. Yeah, this.
Okay, the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted by the United Nations in 2015 as a universal call for peace and prosperity. Which of the following statements about SDGs is not true? So guys, Sustainable Development Goals, बहुत बार classes में, magazines में हमने discuss किया है. A total of 17 goals जिसको लेकर के लगातार all the countries in the world, they are making sure that these targets are achieved. और यहाँ पे टारगेट ईयर आपको 2030 दे करके रखा हुआ है. सो यहाँ पे बोल रहा है कि which of the following statements about the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, is not true. So first is plan of action for people, plant and prosperity. Yes, this one is absolutely correct. Development must balance social, economic and environmental sustainability. कई सारे goals आपको दिखाई दे जाएंगे, जैसे goal number 14, वो वहाँ पे बात करता है regarding the conservation of ocean. उसी तरीके से हम लोग बात करते हैं गोल नंबर 2, क्लीन वाटर, हंगर, गोल नंबर 3. सो यस, सेकंड ऑप्शन इज आल्सो करेक्ट. Creativity, know-how, technology and financial resources from all of society is necessary to achieve the goals in every context. Again guys, more or less इस स्टेटमेंट थोड़ी सी बड़ी है, लेकिन मतलब इसका अगेन जो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स के जो टारगेट अचीव करने की बात हो रही है वो सारा यहां से मैच करता है. चौथा ऑप्शन है रैंक countries according to their economic growth and GDP per capita. See, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स को कितना अचीव किया है किसी कंट्री ने, ऐसी रैंक्स जरूर आती हैं. बट सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स में ये कहीं पे भी नहीं बोला गया है कि यू हैव टू रैंक कंट्रीज ऑन द बेसिक्स ऑफ द इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ एंड द जीडीपी पर कैपिटा, राइट? सो द डी ऑप्शन इज एब्सोल्युटली करेक्ट हियर.
Yes, because it's not this is not the only metric upon which the ranking is done. There are plenty of other metrics also. Okay, now this was one of the questions that really appealed to me. I found them very, very interesting. So this is 1960, a Stanford professor, Walter Mischel, conducted an interesting experiment called the marshmallow experiment to test the connection between delayed gratification and better success later in various facets of life. The outcome of the experiment can also be referred to as. Now this is something which we either know or we don't know. I think there are students who would have taken psychology, maybe you would have done it there. So a marshmallow experiment, for the ones who have absolutely no idea about it, is, for example, imagine there is a child who is sitting inside a room, and that child is given, let's say, one marshmallow, and the person says, listen, I'm going to go out for some time. If you can wait for some time, then you will get something more. or else, you know, you can eat that marshmallow and that'll be it. You will not get any other benefit after that. So the child would either eat that one marshmallow, or he would be like, nahi yaar, let's wait for some time so that we can get more pretzels or marshmallows later on. And so that is basically the meaning of delayed gratification. So now this can also be referred to as what? The very first one is present bias. This is absolutely incorrect. Why? Because it's the exact opposite. Now present bias basically means that a child would not wait for 2 or 3 marshmallows in the future. They would much rather eat that, you know, one marshmallow that is present in front of them. So they will settle for less benefits and they will not wait for more benefits. So that cannot be the answer. I'll come to G.I. Joe fallacy in some time. Cognitive dissonance is when I am conflicted because of different kind of attitudes or faith system. That is also not something to do with this particular marshmallow experiment at all. Hence, that cannot be the answer. Confirmation bias is that whenever I'm looking into some kind of an information, I have certain preconceived notions, and I will only and only, you know, pick that aspect of the information that goes well with my preconceived notion. Again, has nothing to do with this. Now, what is the G.I. Joe fallacy? This is the answer as per me over here. It basically means that, you know, just because you know that something is beneficial for you, is not the only reason why you will wait for that kind of benefit. For example, every child knows that, you know, vegetables are very, very good for health, but that doesn't mean that they will always want to eat that vegetable. So you see, it's not just the fact that that child knew that he will get more marshmallows. Maybe another reason why that guy or that child stopped was because he could control his impulses. So mere knowledge of more benefit will not stop a person and make the person wait for that benefit. It has to be something more than that, which in this case is maybe controlling their impulses. So hence, long story short, the answer should be B, Bombay. G.I. Joe fallacy seems to be the right answer here. Let's go on to the next one.
Okay guys, so which of the following countries is not a member of SARC? So you have very clear options here: Afghanistan, Bhutan, Cambodia and Bangladesh. Option C, Cambodia हटा दीजिए, बाकी सारे के सारे they are the members of SARC. However, last meeting 2014 में हुई थी SARC की, उसके बाद से there has been no summit. 2016 इस्लामाबाद में schedule थी, but after the Uri attacks, the इंडियन पार्टिसिपेशन जो था, उन्होंने अपने आप को कॉल ऑफ कर दिया, अलग कर दिया. इंडिया की देखा देखी जो बाकी कंट्रीज थे, उन्होंने भी विड्रॉ कर दिया कि भाई हम लोग पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करेंगे. ठीक, तो यहां पे आपका ऑप्शन सी कंबोडिया, प्लस नाम अपने आप में बोलता है. व्हाट इज सार्क? साउथ एशियन एसोसिएशन फॉर रीजनल कोऑपरेशन. साउथ एशियन कंट्रीज की यहां पे कंबोडिया मोर और लेस साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में आपका आ जाएगा. तो यहां से भी आप आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते थे इस ऑप्शन को.
राइट. So it wasn't just international affairs. Even if a child knows maps, they will be able to get it. Great. So now Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, known as the Missile Man of India, was instrumental in the creation of which of the following offices? He was also the first person to hold this office. A is the answer, Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, which is why in the very beginning I said it's a very well-researched paper, in the sense that they have looked at various many aspects of whatever is in the current. Right? So for example, everything from G7 in Hiroshima, relating that to Operation Shakti, Operation Smiling Buddha, relating it to APJ Abdul Kalam, then relating an office to that. It's a brilliant paper. Fact, I'm very happy with this one. The
Principal Scientific Advisor post, it was introduced in 1999 by Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee.
Yes. Lovely. And even if we didn't know the answer, because of the fact that we've done ISRO, DRDO, Department of Atomic Energy,
yes,
like plenty of times, we should be able to analyze that what is the answer here. Right, let's go ahead. Hanji.
Okay, so which of the following countries have neither signed or ratified the Rome Statute? सबसे पहले रोम स्टैट्यूट से याद आता है मुझे सीधा इंटरनेशनल क्रिमिनल कोर्ट. बहुत बार न्यूज में था इस साल रशिया के कंटेक्स्ट में. ऑल्सो जब ब्रिक्स समिट्स हो रही थी तब उसमें ये बोला गया कि भाई साउथ अफ्रीका जो कि मेंबर है, उससे कहा गया कि भाई विल यू बी अरेस्टिंग व्लादिमीर पुतिन. तो ये टॉपिक ऐसा नहीं है कि रैंडमली पूछ लिया गया. इट वॉज वेरी मच इन न्यूज. प्लस ऑप्शंस यहां पे जो आपको दे करके गए हैं, इंडिया इज नॉट अ मेंबर, इंडिया हैज नॉट साइंड नाइदर रैटिफाइड द रोम स्टैट्यूट. और बाकी भी यहां पे अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं, रशिया डेफिनेटली यहां पे मेंबर नहीं है. तो ये दो ऑप्शन से आप बड़े आराम से आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते थे. तो ऑल ऑफ द अबव इज द राइट आंसर हियर. ऑल द 4 कंट्रीज गिवन हियर हैव नीदर साइंड नॉर रैटिफाइड द रोम स्टैट्यूट.
Right. So if you remember, the entire year we were talking about Mr. Vladimir Putin and whether he will be coming for the BRICS summit to Johannesburg or not, and wherein we were saying that, there is this ICC arrest warrant that has been put against him because of certain alleged crimes, war crimes and crimes against children that have happened, allegedly. Right, so right then also we used to talk about this, how Russia is not a member of it. We have also spoken about this fact that India is not a member of it.
Yes.
Now, if in case a child is absolutely not aware of any of the other options, even then they can come up with this option because of the fact that, all of the above is the only one that makes sense here. अगर आपको आता है वो तो फिर बहुत ही बढ़िया बात है ना? तो D is the answer here, very rightly said. Omar al-Bashir. Something that we have spoken about plenty of times, Darfur genocide. I still remember when we were doing Sudan and Operation Kaveri and the Hakipiki tribe. We had started, of course, from Omar al-Bashir and how there was an ICC arrest warrant against him. Again, he was not arrested because, Sudan said that we will take him to task, but we will not do anything else. We will not hand him over to anyone. So I think this should be very, very easy for our students. B should be the answer here. Alleged war crimes and crimes against humanity committed at Darfur between at least 2003 to 2008.
In fact, ma'am, इसका magazine में भी हम लोगों ने mention
किया. बिल्कुल. It's there in the magazine also. I mean, most of them are.
Yes, ma'am.
Even this one is in the magazine. So you can take this.
Yeah,
so this is to do with the Windsor framework. We do know exactly. So, okay, let's read it out. So it says a big roadblock towards concluding Brexit was the failure of UK and EU to agree on transport of goods to Ireland, which is a member of EU, through Northern Ireland as one of the constituent countries of UK. This problem was resolved with the conclusion of the Windsor framework, effectively the final step in the Brexit process. Now, the framework, effectively the final step in the Brexit process. Now, they are asking us which of the following are absolutely correct. Now, the first one goes away out of the window because it very clearly in the question says that Northern Ireland is one of the constituent countries of UK. So, it cannot be a tripartite agreement involving that. So, hence, firstly, the agreement is concluded between UK and European Union because UK में फिर Northern Ireland तो आ ही गया. अच्छा, दूसरी चीज़ इसमें हमको हो सकता है प्रॉब्लम की, अच्छा रेड लेन एंड ग्रीन लेन वाली बात भी हमने क्लास में बात की थी, wherein we had said that any of the goods that go through the green lane will have very, very less compliances so as to be able to, increase the amount of trade, which took a back seat because of the framework. And, we introduced the new protocol wherein we said, listen, there will be a green lane where there'll be less compliances and a red lane where there'll be more compliances. And that's exactly what is here. Now, if we know that 4 is the answer and we are sort of like a little, not aware about the green lane and the red lane or whatever, which we should be because it was there in the magazine. I mean, there is just one option that goes with 4. It's either 2, 3, 4 or 2 and 4. 2 and 3 cannot be the answer because they are the stark opposite of one another. So it can be either 2 and 4 or 3 and 4. 3 and 4 है ही नहीं, तो 2 and 4 is the answer. मतलब मैं उन बच्चों को बता रही हूँ जिन्होंने पढ़ा ही नहीं है इसके बारे में. Like जो बच्चे हमारे हैं, they should ideally know about it because we've done it plenty of times, right? So hence the answer should be 2 and 4 over here. Let's go ahead. The next one, please.
Okay, so which international agreements remain central in efforts to enable a permanent solution to the geopolitical tension between Russia and Ukraine? So guys, in all the sessions that we have discussed about Russia-Ukraine crisis, वहाँ पे Minsk agreement सबसे suitable, सबसे appropriate arrangement है जिसकी यहाँ पे बात होती है. Some of you might have confused yourself with the Moscow Peace Treaty. नहीं guys, Moscow Peace Treaty, the year was 1940 and it was signed between the Soviet Union and Finland. Baku Accords की बात करते हैं अगर हम लोग, so Baku Accords, Azerbaijan, that is in context with the Nagorno-Karabakh region. And Geneva Convention is primarily meant for the prisoners of war, the kind of treatment the POWs should be meted out with. Okay.
Correct. So the next one, of course, every time we talk about Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, Statue of Unity, I mean, I don't really think आप लोगों को ज़्यादा time लगना चाहिए इसके ऊपर. लग भी गया तो कोई बात नहीं, सही होना चाहिए, that's the point.
Absolutely.
Right? So Statue of Unity, very very simple. I don't think we need to like have an entire discussion over it. हाँ जी.
Now, ma'am, this one in 2022, India introduced the Kavach system, which is now, ma'am, ये definitely question उस context में पूछा है. जून के महीने में जो बालासोर में ट्रेन एक्सीडेंट हुआ था और वहां पे बार बार न्यूज़पेपर्स में, मैम, इनफैक्ट हमारे जो न्यूज़पेपर एनालिसिस थे उसमें भी कवच के बारे में हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किया है. सो व्हाट इज कवच? पहला ऑप्शन पढ़ करके आंसर कर सकते थे, इंडिजिनसली डेवलप्ड ऑटोमेटिक ट्रेन प्रोटेक्शन सिस्टम. बाकी आपको जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. यू कैन इग्नोर द ऑप्शंस आउटराइटली. पहले ऑप्शन में आपको दे करके रखा हुआ है.
In fact, because of the train collision, we went from general budget, railway budget. बच्चों ने तो सब कर रखा है.
Exactly,
first railway minister, first female railway minister. So I don't think this should be a problem for the children. The next one is Five Eyes Alliance. चलो कुछ CLAT ने पूछ लिया आपको जलियांवाला बाग massacre, because Punjabis have been in news throughout the year, right?
कवर किया है, दोनों साइड्स को कवर किया.
Yeah, correct. And India, Canada. So Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Of course, we know the answer, yeah. Acha, in fact, even if we don't know the answer, there's only one option that says Canada.
बस.
So, US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. In fact, the first two options, पांच है, sorry. Canada, तो we know about it. So, US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand is the
अच्छा,
answer.
इसमें एक चीज और भी है मैम. अगर हम लोग फोर्थ ऑप्शन देखते हैं तो यूएस, यूके, कनाडा, ऑस्ट्रेलिया, दीज आर द 4 कंट्रीज जहां पे 6 एक्सपैट्रिएट सबसे ज्यादा आपको इंडियन पॉपुलेशन सिख जो है वो सबसे ज्यादा इन्हीं 4 कंट्रीज में मिलेगी. तो एक ये भी तरीका हो सकता था मे बी.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was a very easy question for our students, and I'm sure you must have got it correct. Let's go on to the next one.
Okay, so the G20 summit in India brought together leaders from the world's major economies to address pressing global issues. India used this platform to underscore its commitment to fostering global growth and stability. Which of the following areas was not a focus of the summit? Now, ma'am, again G20 पे क्वेश्चन एक हमने एक हफ्ते पहले भी देखा था, ओके, और यहाँ पे भी हम लोग देख रहे हैं. गाइस,
एक आंसर गलत दिया
एक आंसर गलत दिया है उन्होंने. इंटरनेशनल इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन के लिए ही फोरम है. वो भूल गए कि भाई उनके 2 ब्लॉक्स हैं, एक शेरपा ब्लॉक है और एक इकोनॉमिक वाला. खैर,
we have PIB sources, but I don't think anyone is listening, so it's okay.
yeah. So, ma'am, G20 दिल्ली में जो हुआ था भारत मंडपम में, उसके बाद हम लोगों ने देखा था दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन रिलीज हुआ था. मैम, दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन के डॉक्यूमेंट में अगर आप देखेंगे ये सारी चीजें मेंशन की हुई हैं. मैनेजिंग ग्लोबल डेट वल्नरेबिलिटीज, बिल्कुल, इट वाज एड्रेस्ड देयर. एलिमिनेटिंग हंगर एंड मालन्यूट्रिशन, ये भी टारगेट वहां पे एस्टैब्लिश किया है. ब्रिजिंग द जेंडर डिजिटल डिवाइड, again this thing was mentioned. However, the fourth one, making space exploration more equitable. See guys, space technology, space sciences की बात हुई है, लेकिन जितना क्लियरली A, B and C ऑप्शन मेंशन है ना, उतना क्लियरली आपका ऑप्शन D यहां पे मेंशन नहीं है. सो जो बेस्ट सूटेबल यहां पर होगा वो आपका ऑप्शन D ही है, जो हमारी कंडीशंस को फुलफिल कर रहा है.
Right, if you, in fact, we did check the Delhi Declaration document. It's verbatim, ABC.
Word by word देकर के रखा है.
Correct. And I think this was one of the questions in the mock or the quiz. I don't remember, but exactly this was asked. Our kids should not have a problem with this, right? So, okay. So the next one is BRICS, and this is also very, very, very simple, right? They are sort of trying to use the UPSC way, which is great. UPSC has eliminated elimination wale options by saying only one is correct, only 2 is correct. क्या पता next time ये भी कर ले. But ये तो इन लोगों ने बहुत ही sorted. They've made it very easy for the kids over here. See, okay. South Africa is, firstly, you have to be very, very aware of the fact that they are asking you which of the following is not correct, right? So South Africa is not an original member of the BRICS coalition, is correct, because it was first BRIC and then it became BRICS, which is fine. Then is the bloc was started as an attempt to strategically assist the United States of America as allies. No. The BRICS members represent at least 40% of the world's population, and the acronym was coined in 2001 by Goldman Sachs chief economist Jim O'Neill in a research paper that underlined the growth potential of BRIC, right? So that's absolutely correct. So they have asked you what is not correct. We know 4 is correct. So hence that eliminates C and D, right? 1 is correct, that eliminates A, hence B is the right answer.
अच्छा मैम, एक चीज और है इस वाले पेपर में, एलेट में हम लोगों ने देखा कि they have asked questions which are absolutely relevant. जैसे G20 के context में BRICS was definitely in news, as well as जो SARC के context में पूछा मैम, कहीं ना कहीं relation उन्होंने draw किया है from BIMSTEC मैम, because BIMSTEC इंडिया ने ये सोचा कि भाई अब सार्क पे हम लोग काम नहीं कर सकते, सो हम लोगों को अगर अपने लोकल लेवल पर इस इंडियन सब कॉन्टिनेंट में अगर हम लोगों को इमर्ज करना है एज अ सुपर पावर, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें एक और अरेंजमेंट की जरूरत होगी. सो दे हैव स्टार्टेड फोकसिंग अगेन ऑन बिम्स्टेक. तो इस तरीके से मैम रेलेवेंस है पेपर की कि इफ क्वेश्चन इज बीन आस्क्ड ना, तो उसके पीछे एक रीजन, एक वैलिड पॉइंट है मैम. ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ भी रैंडमली उठा करके पूछ लिया कि चलो भाई आता तो हो गई,
या पूछने के लिए पूछ लिया
जी.
राइट. सो एटलीस्ट अ चाइल्ड वुड बी वेरी वेरी थ्रिल्ड लुकिंग एट दिस पेपर. दे विल फील दैट यस, थैंक गॉड वी हैव रेड दिस एंड थैंक गॉड इट हैज बीन आस्क्ड.
वर्थ इट था मैम, एफर्ट एकदम.
बिल्कुल.
So, India recently hosted the G20 conference in New Delhi as it served as the president for the coalition. Which of the following is the only country to have permanent guest invitee status at the G20? बताने की जरूरत नहीं है. I'm sure हमारे सभी students ने option A, that is Spain, mark किया होगा. Next one, ma'am.
Again, it was a part of
Very
the magazine
easy.
also. Right? Now, balance of payment, if you remember, we spoke about this. We spoke about the IMF. We spoke about IMF giving out certain tranches to Sri Lanka as well as Pakistan. And then every time we did IMF, we did the concept of balance of payment. And I spoke about export and import and all of that, right? So a change in exchange rate leads to a change in supply demand of foreign goods. In the domestic market and domestic goods in the foreign market. This also leads to an imbalance in the balance of payment. What is BOP? So BOP is the statement of a country's trade with other nations. Absolutely correct. और आगे जाने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. Right? So balance of payment is the statement of countries' trade with other nations. That's the best possible answer from amongst the options that have been given to us. Right? Let's go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. So this one was very good question. The gaming industry witnessed its largest acquisition in recent history involving the following major entities. So you guys, this was very much in news. The correct answer here is Microsoft, who has taken over Activision at a cost of 68.7 billion US dollars. काफी ज्यादा न्यूज में था. बाकी अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं पहले वाले को, अगर आपको पता है तो yes, you can definitely. सोनी और निंटेंडो की बात करें तो निंटेंडो शुरुआत से ही इज बीन ओन्ड बाय सोनी. तो यहाँ पे आपका ऑप्शन ए वुड बी द एब्सोल्युटली राइट आंसर हियर.
Yes, and we've spoken about it, you know, amongst the important topics. In fact, we did an entire session on online gaming. This is very much a part of the document that we did. And it is also relevant because, you know, 28% GST has been introduced
Yes,
on
ma'am.
online gaming.
India mein.
So we did expect a question. In fact, we expected lots of questions in this. But
We have-
chalo, theek hai, ek to aaya.
We have
That is
done
nice.
this session on gaming industry, ma'am. Yes,
correct,
ma'am.
Correct. Okay, such a beautiful question. Would you like to take it up?
Okay, ma'am. So ISRO's PSLV has been the workhorse for Indian space program, launching many critical payloads, including the recent Chandrayaan mission. What does PSLV stands for? आप ऑप्शन देखो, चंद्रयान, आदित्य L1, PSLV C-17. कितनी बार हम लोगों ने इसको जिक्र किया है? पोलार सैटेलाइट लॉन्च व्हीकल, ऑप्शन सी. बाकी किसी पे आपको जाने की जरूरत ही नहीं थी. सो गाइस, ऑप्शन नंबर सी is your correct answer.
ये तो मतलब you shouldn't idly look at any other option.
बिल्कुल,
Just
ma'am.
go directly there and, you know, go for it. Right. So I think you should take up
Okay,
cricket.
ma'am. Okay, fine. This is my segment, sports. So the Indian Premier League is a professional T20 cricket league. It was established in 2008 and has since become one of the most popular cricketing leagues in the world. Which of the following player has played for the same team or franchise since the inaugural edition? So guys, यहाँ पर we are talking about the most unlucky team in the IPL, that is RCB, Royal Challengers Bangalore. जब से IPL शुरू हुआ है, they have played finals a couple of time, but they were unfortunate. आज तक उनकी एक बार भी विक्ट्री नहीं हुई है. विराट कोहली since 2008 has been a part of the Royal Challengers Bangalore, and अभी भी, in fact, there was news that Mumbai Indians is definitely wanting Virat Kohli in their squad, but Virat Kohli has outrightly rejected their offer, and he has said, doesn't matter whether we win or lose, I will, throughout my career, I'll stay only with the Royal Challengers Bangalore. So Virat Kohli would be the right answer.
In fact, usually AILET ends up asking a lot of questions on sports, so does CLAT. This
Yes, ma'am.
time around, this is especially for the test takers for the next year. Just because sports has not come this time doesn't mean that we will stop putting a lot of emphasis on it. Because, looking at the previous year papers, it is a very, very important constituent factor. And I think next year, to Olympics bhi hai.
Yes, ma'am.
So hence, the next test takers might as well, start reading on sports. And for the ones who just, were after my life, ma'am, sports nahi ho pa raha hai, itne sare grand slams, doubles, men, singles, I think they would be very, very relieved looking at this particular paper, right? So and then the ones who are very good at sports might not really like it.
In fact, from last year, there were almost 4 to 5 questions in 2023 AILET. 4 से 5 questions सिर्फ sports से पूछे थे. So yes, we were expecting, but कोई दिक्कत नहीं, इस बार नहीं आया, अगले साल definitely you can expect a couple of questions
Very
from
true.
sports.
What I'm trying to get at is you can't use one particular paper and set up,
एक pattern.
pattern नहीं बना सकते उसके कारण. You have to look at the other
Exactly,
exams
ma'am.
also. Sports is a very important topic. I find it very boring. That's a different deal altogether. He finds it interesting. Then is NASA OSIRIS-REx mission recently brought back a capsule of rocks and dust collected from asteroid Bennu. इसको देख के तुमको अपना मॉक याद रहना चाहिए, right? This is such a easy question. हमने तो ये कहा, when did it reach? When did it come back? In which museum is the asteroid sample kept? We've done all of that. So I think this should be very, very easy for you. Yes.
Okay guys, so which is the longest river in India? Guys, option देख करके समझ में आ जाएगा. रिवर गंगा 2626 किलोमीटर्स लॉन्ग. हम लोगों ने क्लासेस में भी मेंशन किया है, जो बुक्स आपको मिली है उसमें भी लेंथ मेंशन करके रखी हुई है. बहुत सिंपल ऑप्शन था. बाकी तीनों जो रिवर्स हैं आपकी वो पेनिनसुलर रीजन की रिवर्स हैं. ओके, महानदी को हम लोग ठीक है थोड़ा सा ये कह सकते हैं कि एग्जैक्टली पेनिनसुलर रिवर नहीं, बट गोदावरी और नर्मदा ये दोनों आपकी पेनिनसुलर इंडिया की रिवर है. और गंगा यहाँ पे आपका एकदम करेक्ट ऑप्शन है. ठीक, सो
And Ganga seems very relevant because of the Ganga Villa cruise.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So we were expecting a question on River Ganga. We were also expecting a question on Indus.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So, but that didn't happen, which is fine. Next is a key Indian foreign policy initiative is the Act East policy, which statement correctly captures its objective. So it is to promote economic cooperation, cultural ties, and develop strategic relationship with the countries in the Indo-Pacific. Seems nice. The second one is active intelligence sharing network between the countries. Not really. Promotes a key partnership to combat human drug trafficking. No. Right? Hub of scientific education, again, not. So even if a child doesn't know a lot about it, just looking at the other options, one can always understand that, A is the best possible. In fact, A is the answer here.
In fact, ma'am, again, AILET has maintained, AILET has kept its standard. ये बहुत ज़्यादा न्यूज़ में इसलिए भी था मैम, because right before the G20 summit in India, ma'am, the leaders summit, 7th और 8th September को the Prime Minister went for the ASEAN summit. कहीं ना कहीं एक्ट ईस्ट पॉलिसी अगर हम लोग बात करते हैं और आसियान से हमारे रिलेशंस की बात करते हैं तो ये अप्रोप्रिएटली एकदम बैठता है. सो दैट्स हाउ अ पेपर इज मेड मैम. मतलब चीजों को रेलेवेंट रखो.
मतलब ऐसा पेपर देख के ना, एज अ टीचर आई फील रियली ग्रेट दैट येस वी पुट इन दैट काइंड ऑफ एन एफर्ट एंड दैट एफर्ट हैज कम टू फ्रूशन, बिकॉज यू सी व्हेन random questions come in, it feels like, what's the point? But this makes you feel great that yes you have put in that kind of effort, and a examiner, the test maker, has also put in that kind of effort to make nice questions.
They have maintained this कि हाँ भाई 1 साल 15 महीने का इवेंट, बारिंग 1-2
बच्चे
क्वेश्चन
को आना चाहिए.
बिल्कुल.
हाँ, correct.
Yes.
And so I think the last one is rather simple. Jnanpith Award, recognizing the most important, outstanding contribution in the field of
literature is the right answer.
Yeah.
Damodar Mauzo,
Yeah,
the Goan.
Damodar Mauzo,
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
correct. 57th Jnanpith Award winner.
Yes, ma'am, he won it.
Chalo, so I think that is that about our section. My closing words would be it was a great exam as per me, and I think I'm quite glad that the kids also found it very, very easy, and you guys have given it your best shot. I'm sure it'll be enough, and thank you very much. I think sir would like to say something.
So guys, again पेपर देख करके यही लग रहा है कि पेपर जीके का जो पर्सपेक्टिव है यहाँ पे, जीके वाज वेरी गुड, जीके वाज डुएबल अगर आपने अच्छे से पढ़ा है. सो डेफिनेटली you will score at least 23 से 25. मेरे हिसाब से should be a very good score in this paper. जीके के सेगमेंट में अगर मैं बात करता हूँ आपसे. बाकी Thank you guys for all the support that you have shown to us, okay, for all those long sessions that you have taken with me, with ma'am. And it was really very nice. It was a really very good pleasure teaching to you guys. So best of luck for your future endeavors, guys. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And welcome. So now you guys have analyzed the GK section और पूरा solution मिल गया होगा. So AILET 2024 का we are going to start with the logical reasoning section, which has total 70 questions. I'm going to take analytical reasoning part, and analytical reasoning part after that other faculty members will discuss the critical reasoning वाला part with syllogism, strength and weaken and all. So analytical reasoning में last year से एकदम अलग type के question थे. In last year we have encountered question based on blood relation, direction and coding. This year only two types of analytical reasoning questions appeared. One is linear arrangement and another one is coding decoding. So 6 questions were based on linear arrangement, बस single questions थे, कोई भी passage based नहीं था. And 4 questions were based on coding decoding, जिनमें से 2 normal coding decoding थी और 2 जो थी वो analogy based coding decoding थी. So total out of 10 questions सारे के सारे easy थे, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी, आराम से ऑप्शन एलिमिनेट करके भी सॉल्व किया जा सकता था. सो लेट्स डिस्कस वन बाय वन. जैसे ये पहला क्वेश्चन है, फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. द एग्जामिनेशन डिपार्टमेंट एट ए प्रोमिनेंट नेशनल लॉ स्कूल इज कंसिडरिंग सेटिंग इट्स क्लास शेड्यूल्स फॉर द इनकमिंग बैच. द सब्जेक्ट्स आर सोशियोलॉजी, कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स, पॉलिटिकल साइंस, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉ, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉ. द फॉलोइंग कंसिडरेशंस आर केप्ट इन माइंड. ऑल क्लासेस मस्ट बी हेल्ड एवरी डे. तो हर दिन ये 5 क्लासेस हमें लगानी है. पॉलिटिकल साइंस मस्ट इमीडिएटली फॉलो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स ऑन एनी डे. तो किसी भी दिन अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट की क्लास होगी तो उसके जस्ट बाद पॉलिटिकल साइंस की क्लास होनी चाहिए. ठीक है, ये मस्ट है. सोशियोलॉजी क्लास कैन नॉट बी द फर्स्ट और द लास्ट सब्जेक्ट ऑन एनी डे. ठीक है, सॉरी, सोशियोलॉजी को कभी भी फर्स्ट या लास्ट नहीं होना है. तो सोशियोलॉजी 1 पे या 5 पे नहीं होगी. कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉ एंड एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉ कैन नॉट इमीडिएट प्रिसीड और फॉलो ईच अदर. इसका मतलब क्या है कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉ और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉ को एक साथ नहीं होना है. इफ हेलो, ठीक है. तो लेट्स चेक कि कौन सा ऑप्शन यहाँ पे कैसे एलिमिनेट कर सकते हैं. तो जैसे यहाँ पे पहला तो हमें एक चीज देखना है कि एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉ ये थर्ड में होना चाहिए. सारे ऑप्शन में एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉ जो है वो थर्ड में, तो कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. फिर हमें क्या ध्यान देना है कि दिस वन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉ, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉ ये एक साथ नहीं आने चाहिए. तो जहाँ पे भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉ या एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉ एक साथ आ रहा है वो ऑप्शन एलिमिनेट कर दो. तो ऑप्शन सी यहाँ पे इजिली एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा. ठीक है, बिकॉज इन ऑप्शन सी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल लॉ, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव लॉ एक साथ आ रहा है. फिर हमें क्या रखना है कि सोशियोलॉजी कैन नॉट बी द फर्स्ट और द लास्ट सब्जेक्ट. तो सोशियोलॉजी को लास्ट में नहीं आना, तो ऑप्शन बी एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा. वी कैन एलिमिनेट ऑप्शन बी. ठीक है, फर्स्ट पे सोशियोलॉजी नहीं आएगा तो ऑप्शन डी एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा. तो रादर देन मेकिंग द होल अरेंजमेंट इट्स बेटर कि चेक विद द ऑप्शन. और सारे के सारे लीनियर अरेंजमेंट के क्वेश्चन में यही चीज करना था. अगर हम ऑप्शन से चेक करके एलिमिनेशन मेथड फॉलो करें तो इजीली वी कैन गेट द आंसर. सो इस वाले का आंसर जो हो जाएगा दैट इज ए. नाउ द नेक्स्ट वन, लेट मी क्लियर दिस. Before announcing its policy of non-performing assets, the Finance Ministry has decided to consult heads of 6 of the largest banks in the country, ABCDF. It is well known fact that not all the heads get along very well with each other and prefer not to sit next to each other in any meeting. During the meeting, they all will sit in a line facing the Finance Minister. Okay, you have been tasked to devise a seating plan keeping in mind the following condition. A cannot be on the immediate. Now first look at the question. हम डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन देखते. क्वेश्चन क्या पूछ रहा है? Which of the following is a possible seating arrangement? तो possible seating arrangement पूछना है तो we'll check with the option कि कहाँ पे भी कोई भी कंडीशन वायलेट हो रही कि नहीं. A cannot be the immediate left or right of B. मतलब A और B ये साथ में नहीं हो सकते. A and B cannot come together. Just check कि where A and B are together. A and B are together in option B. तो ऑप्शन B हमारा एलिमिनेट हो गया. D cannot be at either end. D किसी end पे नहीं आ सकता तो ऑप्शन ए एलिमिनेट हो गया बिकॉज डी वहां पे फर्स्ट पोजीशन पे. ई एंड एफ वुड आइडियली लाइक टू सिट नेक्स्ट टू ईच अदर. ई और एफ ये दोनों साथ में होने चाहिए. तो ई और एफ अगर ये साथ में होने चाहिए, लेट्स चेक ऑप्शन सी एंड ऑप्शन डी. दोनों में ई और एफ साथ में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. सी वुड प्रेफर टू सिट वन सीट रिमूव फ्रॉम ई. इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि वन सीट रिमूव फ्रॉम सी का मतलब हुआ कि ई और सी के बीच में एक सीट रिमूव है, मतलब इन दोनों के बीच में कोई एक पर्सन होना चाहिए, तो ई और सी के बीच में एक पर्सन होना चाहिए. इफ यू सी ऑप्शन डी, वहां पे ई और सी के बीच में कोई नहीं है, तो आंसर जो होगा वो उसका सी ऑप्शन. सो आंसर ऑफ दिस विल बी सी ऑप्शन. नाउ द नेक्स्ट वन. सो बोथ द क्वेश्चन यू एनकाउंटर्ड बेस्ड ऑन लीनियर अरेंजमेंट. हमें अरेंजमेंट बनाने की जरूरत नहीं है, जस्ट चेक द ऑप्शन एंड एलिमिनेट. ठीक है, तो इट्स easiest way to solve. Now this question number 128, if in certain code language light is coded as NFLAE, then table would be. तो इसका LIGHT, the place value of L is 12, I 9, G 7, H 8 and T 20. इसका कोड जो किया गया है that is N F L A and E. So you can see N is 14, तो यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है +2. Then I से ये 6, F is 6, तो यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है -3. This is 7 and 12, तो इधर आ रहा है +5, 2 3 5. Okay, now H8A1 यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है -7, so 2 3 5 7. I have already told you कि 2 3 5 7 एक साथ यूज होते हैं. इट मीन्स कि प्राइम नंबर का पैटर्न चल रहा है. तो अगर प्राइम नंबर का पैटर्न चल रहा है और वो भी प्लस माइनस के साथ में +2 -3 +5 -7, तो नेक्स्ट टर्म विल बी +11. लेट्स चेक कि यहाँ पे +11 हो रहा है कि नहीं. सो 20 + 11 इज 31. वी नो कि देयर आर 26 लेटर्स इन अल्फाबेट. सो 26 पे Z आएगा, तो 31 पे क्या आ जाएगा, 31 पे 5, दैट इज E. सो सेम लॉजिक अगर अप्लाई करेंगे, तो सेम लॉजिक अप्लाई करने के बाद में हमें टेबल का कोड निकालना था, TABLE. ठीक है, तो पहले क्या करेंगे, हम यहाँ पे +2 करेंगे, फिर यहाँ पे करेंगे सेम लॉजिक से -3, देन यहाँ पे करेंगे +5, फिर करेंगे -7 और फिर करेंगे +11. सो +2 T is 20, +2 करेंगे 22 दैट इज V. नाउ एज यू कैन सी 2 ऑप्शंस आर रिमूव एलिमिनेटेड, B एंड C. नाउ A -3 करेंगे, A हमारा कितने पे आता है 1 पे, उस पे अगर हम -3 करेंगे तो यहाँ पे X आएगा, तो V के बाद X आना चाहिए. आगे का हमें सॉल्व करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, ऑप्शन D भी एलिमिनेट हो गया. सो आंसर विल बी A ऑप्शन. सो 128 इज A. नाउ next is 129. In this question it seems a little bit either this is too tricky, I am not, or there is some problem in this question because options match नहीं कर रहे हैं. अगर हम सेम लॉजिक लगाएं तो पूरा का पूरा ऑप्शन मैच नहीं कर रहा है. लोग आंसर मार्क कर रहे हैं A, बट आई डोंट थिंक कि दैट इज पॉसिबल. एक जगह पे गड़बड़ हो रही है, मैं करके बताता हूँ. जैसे यहाँ पे टॉक है, तो टॉक का कोड जो किया गया है दैट इज YUPC, right? So if you apply the logic, T is at 20, Y is 25. Okay, A1, U is 21, L is 12, P is 16, K 11 and C 3. So if you apply the same logic, जैसे listen पे अगर मुझे अप्लाई करना है LISTEN, so here what's happening, +5. So you apply the logic, +5, 12 + 5 17, you will get Q. No problem, there are 2 options with Q, B और C eliminate हो जाएंगे, right? Now यहाँ पे अगर देखें +20, if you apply the same logic, so I is at 9, +20 करेंगे 29. So 29 का मतलब हुआ 26 + 3. ठीक है, C आ जाएगा, यहाँ पे C आ जाएगा अगर आप +20 करोगे तो. नाउ S इज एट 19, यहाँ पे थर्ड स्टेप पे क्या हो रहा है +4. सो 19 + 4 दैट इज 23. तो यहाँ पे 23 वाला लेटर आना चाहिए, 23rd लेटर आना चाहिए विच इज W, बट W इज नॉट अवेलेबल इन एनी ऑप्शन. सो दैट्स व्हाई इट सीम्स अ लिटिल बिट देयर इज सम प्रॉब्लम इन दिस क्वेश्चन. सो आई एम लिविंग फॉर दिस मोमेंट, विल कम टू दैट लेटर, बाद में आते हैं. अभी के लिए इसमें मेरे को प्रॉब्लम लग रही है. पीपल आर marking answer A, but that is not justified according to the pattern here. So let's move on. Next question. This is analogy based simple question. Tail, TALE, tail. जो लॉजिक इसके साथ में लगेगा XGTO, the same pattern हमें यहाँ पे फॉलो करना है LONG के साथ में. तो you can see here T is 20, X is 24, so this is +4. Here you can see A is 1 and G is 7, so +6, L 12, T 20, +8, E is 5 and O is 15, so +10. So the pattern is +4, +6, +8, +10. सेम पैटर्न अगर हम फॉलो करेंगे +4 +6 +8 एंड +10, so what you'll get, L is 12, 12 plus 4 that is 16, 16 means, sorry, 12 plus 4 16, yes, 16 is P, sorry, P. O is 15, 15 plus 6 that is 21, 15 plus 6 that is 21, that is U, P U. And N plus 8, N is 14 plus 8 22 V, and then G 7 17 Q, P U V Q, that is B option. So this one is also very easy. So अभी तक क्या है कि जितने भी क्वेश्चन हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किए उसमें कोडिंग का एक क्वेश्चन है जो ट्रिकी लग रहा है, जिसमें ऑप्शंस मैच नहीं हो रहे, देयर इज सम प्रॉब्लम, बट बाकी सारे इजी थे. इसको भी आराम से आप सॉल्व करोगे, सेम पैटर्न इसी तरीके से, जो भी रिलेशन मिल रहा है अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट आंसर इज ओ. देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम इन दिस क्वेश्चन. नाउ लेट्स चेक द नेक्स्ट वन. दिस अगेन लीनियर अरेंजमेंट. सो अगेन फिर से वही काम करना है, हमें ये देखना है कि कौन सी कंडीशन वायलेट हो रही है. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज आस्किंग विच ऑफ द फॉलोइंग इज अ वैलिड मील प्लान. वैलिड मील प्लान, जहां पे भी वैलिड फीजिबल मील प्लान देखेगा, पूछेगा कि वैलिड मील प्लान क्या है या कौन सा प्लान फीजिबल नहीं है, जस्ट चेक विद द ऑप्शन एंड सी की एनी कंडीशन इज वायलेटिंग और नॉट. सो यहाँ पे कह रहा है दर्शन इज अटेम्प्टिंग टू बिल्ड अ 5-day मील प्लान फ्रॉम 6 डिशेज U V W X Y Z in accordance with the following conditions. No dish may be repeated unless 2 other dishes are cooked before the repetition. It means क्या है, अगर repetition हो रहा है तो बीच में कोई 2 होने चाहिए, ठीक है. So W and V must not be made on consecutive days. W and V must not be made on consecutive days. तो W and V ये एक साथ नहीं आ सकते. Let's check कि किसी ऑप्शन में W and V एक साथ आ रहे क्या. तो W and V no, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. U and Z must not be made on alternate days. तो U and Z ये alternate days पे नहीं आना चाहिए किसी भी ऑर्डर में. This should not happen. ठीक है, ये किसी भी ऑर्डर में नहीं होना चाहिए. U और Z ऑल्टरनेट डेज पे नहीं होना चाहिए. सो ऑप्शन सी में U और Z ऑल्टरनेट डेज पे है, ये पॉसिबल नहीं है. और ऑप्शन ए और बी में कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, ठीक है, अभी तक कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. Y मस्ट ऑलवेज बी फॉलोड बाई X. Y मस्ट ऑलवेज बी फॉलोड बाई X. Y के जस्ट बाद X आना चाहिए. तो Y मस्ट बी फॉलोड बाई X, नॉट X मस्ट बी फॉलोड बाई Y. सो यू कैन एलिमिनेट ऑप्शन ए. सो ऑप्शन ए एलिमिनेट हो गया. B X U Y W V, W और V एक साथ आ रहे हैं, सॉरी, B में W और V एक साथ आ रहे हैं, विच इज नॉट पॉसिबल. सो आंसर ऑफ दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी डी ऑप्शन, नन ऑफ दिस. सो यू डोंट नीड टू मेक डिफरेंट अरेंजमेंट, जस्ट चेक विद द ऑप्शन कौन सा पॉसिबल है कौन सा नहीं है. सो दिस इज द इजिएस्ट काइंड ऑफ एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग यू कैन एनकाउंटर, और लास्ट ईयर के कंपेरिजन में तो बहुत ही ईजी है. तो यहाँ पे कह रहा है जोसेफ मस्ट, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन में, जोसेफ मस्ट डिसाइड विच सॉन्ग ABCDE टू सिंग इन अ 5-day परफॉर्मेंस शेड्यूल विद ईच सॉन्ग बीइंग परफॉर्म्ड ऑन 1 day in accordance with the following conditions. C and D must not be scheduled on adjacent. Now let's look at the question. Question is asking which of the following is a valid 5-day schedule. ठीक है, वैलिड कौन सा है. तो वैलिड कौन सा है, तो हमें ये चेक करना है कोई कंडीशन वैलिड हो रही कि नहीं. C and D must not be scheduled on adjacent day. C और D साथ पे नहीं होने चाहिए, adjacent day पे नहीं होना चाहिए. So option A got eliminated because here C and D on 4th and 5th day. B may be immediately follow E. B में immediately follow E, मतलब E को भी फॉलो करना चाहिए, ठीक है. विल कीप दिस इन माइंड, बट नॉट वाइस वर्सा. लेकिन ये इसका उल्टा नहीं होना चाहिए, मतलब B E को फॉलो कर सकता है बट E B को फॉलो नहीं करना चाहिए. B में इमीडिएटली फॉलो E, B E को फॉलो करना चाहिए बट E B को फॉलो नहीं कर सकता, ये रॉन्ग होगा, ठीक है. तो लेट्स चेक. B E को फॉलो कर सकता है बट E B को फॉलो नहीं करना चाहिए. सो ऑप्शन B गॉट एलिमिनेटेड बिकॉज हियर E इज फॉलोइंग B. राइट, द फर्स्ट डे मस्ट ईदर बी A और C, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. द लास्ट डे कैन नॉट बी D, द लास्ट डे कैन नॉट बी D, लास्ट डे पे D नहीं आना चाहिए, ठीक है. ऑप्शन C में मेरे को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं दिख रही है. लेट्स चेक. B है, C है, A है, और B में बी इमीडिएटली फॉलो E, नॉट नेसेसरली बट B E के बाद में इमीडिएट फॉलो कर सकता है लेकिन E B को फॉलो नहीं कर सकता. तो C में मुझे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं दिख रही है. सो आंसर ऑफ दिस विल बी C ऑप्शन, ठीक है. नेक्स्ट सिमिलर क्वेश्चन. अनीशा मस्ट डिसाइड हाउ टू सीट हर फ्रेंड्स V W X Y Z 1 2 3 4 5 at a circular wedding table in accordance with the following conditions. Z and W must sit next to each other. Z और W को एक साथ होना चाहिए, Z एंड W मस्ट सिट नेक्स्ट टू ईच अदर, ऑप्शन बी एलिमिनेटेड बिकॉज Z और W साथ में नहीं है, ठीक है। ऑप्शन सी एलिमिनेटेड बिकॉज Z और W साथ में नहीं है, ठीक है। वैलिड अरेंजमेंट ढूंढना था हमें। Y may only sit with V if Y is also sitting with Z. Y may only sit with V if Y is also sitting with Z. अगर Y जो है वो Z के साथ में बैठा है, अगर Y Z के साथ में बैठा है तो वो V के साथ में भी बैठ सकता है। Y अगर Z के साथ में बैठा है तो वो V के साथ में may only sit with V if Y is also sitting with Z. So that's why this eliminated, answer of this will be D option. That is none of them. Okay. Arjun is prioritizing his set of tasks for 3 days, V, W, X, Y and Z for the day. Sorry, in accordance with the following condition, X must not be the last task. फिर से हमें क्या करना है? Which of these is the following order of the task? Following possible, possibility check करनी है. X must not be the last task. Check करते हैं, कहीं पे नहीं है. If Z is the first task, then it must be followed by either V or Y. अगर Z पहला है, it must be followed by, अगर Z को हमने first पे रखा है, first पे अगर Z है, if Z is on the first, then it must be followed by either V or Y. तो यहाँ पे V होना चाहिए या Y होना चाहिए, provided Z हमारा first टास्क होना चाहिए. सो अगर मैंने ऑप्शन ए को देखा तो Z हमारा फर्स्ट टास्क है, बट इट इज नॉट फॉलोड बाई इमीडिएटली, मस्ट बी फॉलोड बाई ईदर V और Y, बट V और Y यहाँ पे नहीं है. सो ऑप्शन ए यहाँ पे एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा. X एंड W कैन नॉट बी प्रायोरिटाइज सिक्वेंसली. X और Y, X और W एक साथ नहीं हो सकते, तो X और W अगर एक साथ नहीं हो सकते, सो देर इज नो प्रॉब्लम. V मस्ट बी फॉलोड बाई ईदर W और Y. V के जस्ट बाद या तो W होना चाहिए या V के जस्ट बाद Y होना चाहिए. सो ऑप्शन बी गॉट एलिमिनेटेड. देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम इन ऑप्शन सी. ओके, सो ऑल इन ऑल ऑल द 10 क्वेश्चंस वर इजी. एक क्वेश्चन में लॉजिक थोड़ा सा अजीब है या उस क्वेश्चन में कोई प्रॉब्लम है, विल कम टू दैट लेटर. ऑल इन ऑल द 9 क्वेश्चंस कैन बी अटेम्प्टेड एंड द गुड स्कोर आई कैन से दैट इज 6 or 7. ओके, थैंक यू.
Hi everyone, we are doing the analysis of the logical reasoning section of AILET 2024, and in this part we'll particularly look at the critical reasoning questions and the deductive logic questions. So at the outset I want to tell you that many questions, primarily the assumption questions and some of the statement conclusion questions, the answers could vary. There was some level of subjectivity in these questions. As far as the deductive syllogism questions are concerned, mostly they were straightforward. I don't think there is much dispute on the correct options in the deductive syllogism questions. But yes, as I said earlier, there is some subjectivity in the other CR questions, primarily the assumption and conclusion questions, right? So we'll look at these questions one by one, starting with the first question in this set, and we are referring to the set marked as asterisk. So this one says the question of whether colonialism was good is a complex and debated topic. And then it says some argue that colonialism led to advancements in technology, infrastructure, and education in some regions. However, and this word is always important, right? It also brought about immense suffering, exploitation, and loss of sovereignty, right? And then this line, the negative consequences, including cultural erosion, displacement, and violence, often outweigh any potential benefits, right? So this line is important for us, right? Now the question asks us, which of the following is our most appropriate conclusions of the above passage? One says, it is important to see both the good and bad of colonialism to understand its true impact. And we will agree with this, and that's why the passage is given, right? So one looks good. Two says, irrespective of the good that colonialism brought, it can never justify the bad it perpetuated. And this also gets inferred from what is given in the passage, right? So as far as 3 and 4 are concerned, they are already out of contention because we don't have any option referring to either 3 or 4, right? So here we are going with option C. Right, then we are doing this question. Cities are the engines of nation's progress. However, many cities are poorly managed. And again, we'll look at some of the important points. However, many cities are poorly managed and struggle to provide a basic standard of living to many residents. Now, the author tells us the reason, the cause of this, right? It says, is the question of autonomy of most cities that are almost always dependent on central or state governments for even basic needs. Now the author argues for, he says, a new report suggests that this can be remedied through constitutional amendments to provide more autonomy and for spending, right? More autonomy, more discretion to these city administrations, right? They should not be solely dependent on the state and the central governments, right? This is what the author tries to argue. Now, which of the below facts, if true, most weakens the above argument? And here, option A, let's look at option A. Cities which are self-governing have historically not been able to provide a good standard. So not a good standard. They have not been able to provide a good standard of living. And this goes against for what the author is asking for, right? More autonomous or self-governing cities, right? So A is the correct option here. As far as B and C are concerned, constitutional amendments may take some time. So it may take some time, but will it have an impact? We don't know from this option. C says it is easier for the central or state government to administer. Again, it says it is easier. But if they are allowed to self-govern, will it impact the cities, right? Or will it impact the standard of living in those cities, right? That's what we are concerned with. We are not concerned whether it is easy to self-govern or whether it is easy for the states and central governments to govern the city, right? So again, C is irrelevant. Right. Then we have this question number 85. So you might have noticed that we are skipping some questions. Those questions have already been discussed while you were doing the AR analysis, right? So let's look at this one. A town was faced with the problem of an excessive number of rats. To solve this, the town started offering a financial reward for every rat killed, which was to be proved by showing severe tail of the rat, right? Interesting. Which of the following facts, if true, would be an argument in favor of the town's policy? Something that supports the policy, right? A says merely cutting off the tail of a rat does not stop the rat from surviving and producing more rat. It goes against what the argument is. So A goes out. B says once the tail of a rat is cut off, the rat cannot survive. Now B looks good, right? This is what they want to see. Cutting off tails is an inhuman way to solve the problem. Again, this tends to go against what is given in the argument. So we are going with option B here, 85. Right. So we are doing this question, and by the looks of it, it looks like a legal reasoning question, but it is inherently a critical reasoning question, right? It asks us, which of the following assumptions is necessary, right? And it is given to us that the principle of strict liability is applied to hold a person legally in English tort law, right? And then it says in 1987, the Supreme Court of India introduced a new principle, which is absolute liability, right? A far more stringent rule of liability without any exceptions, right? All of this makes sense. This principle imposed a liability on individuals who engaged in inherently dangerous or hazardous activity for any harm done to any person while carrying out the activity, right? So a stricter version of what was there in the past, right? And we are looking at the assumptions. A says English legal principles are not compatible with Indian court system, and that is not the assumption required. It may or may not, does not impact the argument. A goes out. B says post-independence, the Supreme Court opted to create new names for colonial era. Is a bad option. The principle of strict liability was inadequate to protect citizens' rights due to the entry of foreign companies in Indian markets, again not required for the argument. That leaves us to option D. The principle of strict liability was inadequate to protect citizens' rights in light of the rapid industrialization in the 20th century. Now some might say that there is some information given in this option which is not completely discussed, but yes, if there is a stricter version of a law, the assumption is the law that was pre-existing, right, was not sufficient, right? So option D here is correct. And remember, we have reached option D by eliminating A, B, and C, right? So D is correct. A study conducted on a group of students found a strong correlation between the number of hours spent studying and their exam scores. Okay? However, one student who studied significantly less than the others achieved a top score. Right? It says, which of the following, if true, would weaken the general applicability of the study's finding? So in the study, there was this outlier student, right? And we need an option that provides an explanation for this, right? So A says the top scoring student had a photographic memory, okay, let's keep it. It is not directly tied to the number of hours, or it may or may not be tied to number of hours. It may be the case that they are spending that much time, right? But still, they are excelling because this is an factor which is photographic memory, right? So we just keep it on the side. B says, the study included a wide range of students from various backgrounds. Now, this goes on to show that the study was, it was a well done study, right? It included a wide range of students, right? So this goes on to show that the study was, well done, right? The right sample and everything. C says the top scoring student had prior knowledge of the exam questions. Now this explains, right? This explains that outlier. So C looks good. And in fact, we can eliminate A in favor of C. So we now have C in contention, and then we look at D. The study was conducted in a controlled environment. Again, it says, it can go either. In a controlled environment would mean they made sure that everything is, is accounted for, right? So again, it goes on to show that the study was well done, right? So D will go out, right? So the option we're left with is C. I'll just mark it here. Okay, this explains the outlier. All right, so let's look at question number 88. Company A announced record-breaking profits this year, attributing its success to new marketing strategy, right? So they attributed the success to a new marketing strategy, and however, company B, a competitor in the same market segment, also reported significant profits, and this time without changing its marketing approach. So there was one company which sort of changed its marketing strategy and it bare results, and the other company, right, it did not change the marketing approach, but still got those significant profits. And we have to, I think this is an inference question, what conclusion can most likely be drawn? A says company's A previous marketing strategy was flawed in its conception. Now, we may not have direct support for such, or the option it is phrased the way it is phrased, but let's
Sajal,
keep it.
I think we are looking at sort of a paradox here. So in this paradox, it is working for one and not working for one. That is signified with the word however.
Yeah.
So in a paradox, we have to address how or why this could be happening, that one company changes the approach and uses that strategy and the other company does not change and still gets the same result. So if we are looking at this paradox situation, more than a conclusion, we are adding some extra information here which leads us to an inference, right? Something that we can draw and something which will help explain this paradox.
Yeah. So as we said, right, it says was flawed. We understand that the newer strategy is more effective, and flawed, let's keep it, okay? B says company B's marketing strategy was significantly more effective, and we clearly do not have support for this, and neither this explains the paradox, so B has to go out. C says company's A's profits were solely influenced by its marketing strategy. Now, in the passage, it was given to us that the company attributed its success to the new marketing strategy, but C, I think the way it is presented as a fact, we don't know for sure whether this is true, right? So I think A is still better than C, so we have to eliminate C. D says company B's profits were solely due to its marketing strategy. Again, you know, the way this word solely is used, it does not have that support from the passage, right? So both C and D will have to be eliminated because A is a better looking option, right? So we are going with A.
And it helps us understand why it could be a fact that change worked for one and did not work for the other.
Yeah.
That means, to begin with, A started very poorly, had to change for it to look at good profits. And B probably started at a better place and did not have to change anything to get those good profits.
Right. Right. So moving on to the next one. Right. So this one says the recent surge in demand for electric vehicles has led to increased lithium-ion battery production, right?
So this question and the next one, if you notice, is something that has come previously in AILET as well. And I think, Sajal, you may have shared it with all our CLAT 2024 and 2025 and AILET 2024 and 2025 aspirants. Many questions in the critical reasoning section were seen from old AILET papers. So all the students who solved old papers or previous year questions would have benefited.
Yeah.
So this again, electric vehicles was something that was seen in old questions. Of course, they have changed some answers, some options, some facts, some proper nouns have been changed. So as we go along, I will keep filling you in on this.
Right. So recent surge in demand was the cause. Effect is increased lithium-ion battery production. A says the increase in lithium-ion battery production is solely driven, right? And we have problem with words like solely and only, right? So
And the next one is only.
Yeah, so this says this is the cause and this is the effect. We are still not sure, right, that this is the only cause, right? So A, we can just keep it on the side for the time being. B says lithium-ion batteries are the only type of batteries used in electric vehicles. Again, only, right? So C says increased production of lithium-ion batteries will lead to a decrease in their cost. Again, by common sense, some might reach here, but again, this is an inference questions. We are not answering.
Bringing in new information.
Bringing in new information, and we are not answering basis common sense or real world knowledge. We are just trying to deduce from what is given in the in these statements, right? So I think we have gone with D here, none of the above.
Yes.
Because of the words solely and only in options A and B respectively.
Also, I think most of the candidates will start getting jittery at this point, depending on which sets they are solving, because a lot of syllogisms and deductive logic questions also had none of the above as the answer, and so did this. And sometimes what happens is that candidates start getting jittery. How can all my answers be none of the above? But no, that should not be a good thought in your head. It is quite possible for the answers to be none of the above. So we would go with none of the above in this question. Yes, this is the next question that I was talking about, where we are looking at, an old AILET pattern. Same thing, the nature of the question. Of course, the proper nouns have changed, but the idea of asking you inferences, what you can deduce from single line, is a very traditional pattern of questions that AILET follows.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in this question, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
The educational system needs comprehensive reform to address the diverse learning needs of the students.
Right.
And again, just from one line, what can be deduced properly is going to be our answer.
Yeah. It says
naturally.
Needs.
It does need it, but will need take us to guarantee? For example, if you look at option A, that the reform will guarantee.
Yeah.
So a need may not guarantee anything.
Yeah.
So A can be easily eliminated.
Yeah.
Of course, if there is a need for a reform, it means right now it is not that. Right now it is lacking in it.
Yeah.
So that is what option B says. that the current educational system is not equipped to cater to these learning needs, which we should keep as a good answer. Comprehensive reform is easy to implement. So here, if it is needed, means that there is room for it, which is option B. Is that easy to implement? Can't say.
We don't know.
Right? We don't know if it is easy. Maybe it is tough, but if it is needed, one has to do it. So C can be eliminated. And will this reform require change of the entire system is out of the scope of the line. Maybe it is, maybe it is not.
Yeah.
So the answer will be option B.
Yeah, just want to add that the CLAT possible students would be able to appreciate that once it says needs, so it makes it necessary and not sufficient. So therefore guarantee is incorrect here. So
Yeah.
B is correct here, everyone.
Yes, moving on.
Right, so these are the easy ones, I think. The deductive ones, we have a series of deductive questions, and then yeah, so we can do these. Right, so it says all Supreme Court judgments are binding on all high courts. All high court judgments have persuasive value in other high courts. Some high court judgments also have pervasive value in the Supreme Court, right? So we understand these words, all, on all high courts have persuasive value in other high courts, and then we have a some here have persuasive value in the Supreme Court, right? So again, it can become tricky in the sense that we may tend to bring in outside knowledge while answering this one, but we are just sticking to what these statements are telling us, right? Examine the following statements. One says, some high court judgments are binding on the Supreme Court, and we aren't going in the reverse direction, so one goes out. Two says, some judgments with persuasive value are binding on high courts. So I think even two I think we are agreeing with two, right? Some judgments with persuasive value. All high court judgments have persuasive value in other high courts, and some high court judgments also have persuasive value in the Supreme Court, and some judgments with persuasive. I think the word binding is a problem.
The
here.
Word binding is a problem here.
Yeah.
We have to look at the.
Yeah, binding is a problem here. It says also has persuasive value in Supreme Court, have persuasive value in high courts, but
Therefore,
binding,
we move to C. Yeah.
We're going with C here, everyone.
Because it will come straight away from the statements.
Yeah.
You don't even have to combine the
Yeah.
statement. If you
Yeah.
just read the statement 2 and statement 3, it will lead you to conclusion 3.
Yeah. The next one.
So, do you want to do the diagrams, because, or we can do it with the other method?
Yeah, we can do it the other way. Nonetheless, I think our primary goal should be to give them the answer key right now.
Yeah.
And maybe, at a later stage, we provide you a more in-depth explanation of these. So 92, and these could be done, many of you would be able to do these without
Making
the
the
help
diagram,
of the diagram, yeah?
It's quite visible there if
Yeah.
you check,
Yeah. So it says, this one is a simple one, right?
So
it says,
statement 1 and statement 2 give us nothing
Right.
because birds is not distributed. But if we combine
these two, just these two.
yeah, just those two,
Ah.
and statement 1 and statement 3 as well.
Yeah.
So when we combine
Yeah.
statement 1 and statement 3, we get reptiles are ducks.
Yes. And this gives us no snakes are ducks.
Because a snake is a reptile and no reptile are ducks, so snake is not a duck.
Yeah. This is simple.
That answer is B. Moving on. Next.
Right.
So yeah.
Easy one. Again an easy one.
Because if you just look at Albert Einstein, because all cats are singers, right?
Right.
And Albert Einstein is a singer. Singer is not distributed. We
Yes.
can't deduce anything between cat and Albert Einstein.
Yeah.
And even if you look at statement 2 and statement 3, nothing can be deduced.
Nothing.
You can, if you look at all cats are singers, some cats are birds. The only answer we get with statement 1 and statement 3 combination is that some birds are singers.
Yes.
But we don't have any answer with birds and
Yes.
singers. which
Everything is concentrated on
Albert Einstein, and nothing can be
Nothing.
deduced from there. So answer is D.
D.
So you didn't have to actually go in and sit and solve everything. You just had to see whether Albert Einstein contained, that statement contained anything that could lead you to any answer.
Right.
Then next, all watches are chronographs. Yeah, that's it. All watches are chronographs. Some chronographs are antique, so we can't combine these two statements. You can draw and check also, you get nothing. Some chronographs are antiques, all antiques are expensive, so we can say some chronographs are expensive.
So again, the focus is just on this.
This D and
So D is a chronograph, and since it is a chronograph,
some chronographs are expensive is what we are getting from 2 and
Yes.
3. So we can't get anything about
No,
D and antiques,
yes,
and we
yes.
can't get anything about D and watches.
yes. So again, we are
Answer
going
will
with
be option D. So 119th is a question that has been asked twice in AILET papers.
So this is 95 from this, going by this numbering.
Yeah, sorry, it's 95 here. I'm actually solving another set. So this question is repeated, has been asked almost twice in AILET papers as far back as AILET 2013. So solving previous year papers, at least for AILET, solving old NLS papers, this I'm reaching out to AILET 2025 candidates, is very essential if you are targeting NLU Delhi. So if you look at the statements here,
Yeah.
again we can't
Yeah, same question.
draw anything between philosophers and critical thinkers.
Yes.
All we can say is some logicians are rationalists.
Yes.
If Z is a rationalist, so
We-
we
yeah.
can't say whether rationalists are
All rationalists are critical
critical
thinkers,
or not.
Yeah.
So if some logicians are rationalists,
Again, we don't
maybe
know.
Z is a logician, maybe not.
Yeah, we don't
Because
know.
some rationalists are logicians. Now, does Z come under that rationalist? We don't know.
Right.
So we do have an answer that says Z may be a logician,
Yes.
and therefore it leads you to only option 2, which is option C.
Yeah. So basically, all these are positive statements, right? When all statements are positive, any positive statement in the conclusion is always a possibility, right? So maybe is correct here, and we are going with option C.
C. So the next question is on seat belts. I'll just hunt it. So why don't you start?
Yes, not wearing a seat belt in a moving vehicle is illegal and punishable.
And
However,
just to begin with this, actually, this question is from our workbook. We have been able to track about almost 10 to 12 questions that are directly from workbooks and another 10 questions that are directly from our mocks with a few options that are changed.
yeah. So solving the workbook is solving the CLAT possible workbook.
Black book and workbook, yes, both of
Black
them.
book is necessary, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, however, X argues that since not wearing a seatbelt can at most only harm the person who has chosen not to wear a seatbelt and does not harm any other person, it should not be illegal or punishable, right? And we need an option that weakens this argument. Basically, we need an option that goes on to show that it does harm other people, right? As simple as that. A says people who don't wear a seatbelt are likely to suffer severe injuries, consequently make use of public healthcare resources such as government hospitals, indicating that it could be a burden on these
On a public
on
sector.
our healthcare, right?
So while you're not harming anyone else physically, you are taking away from the resources of the state.
So, right. In the event of an accident, people, those who are not wearing a seat belt, may also be thrown about and cause harm to other people, right? This also weakens. So, we are going with
So that means,
Option.
again, you are causing either economic harm because you're thrown about, you can knock into a cart, so you're injuring yourself, but you are causing economic damage, to say the least, to the other person.
right.
So in that case, we go with both
A and B.
A and B.
Option C.
Yeah.
Right. This one, right? This one we had some confusion with option A. It says certain tennis tournaments have started. Oh no, not this one. I think the other question on this one. This we are sure. Certain tennis tournaments have started a
Yeah,
policy.
this is a direct question.
Policy for equal pay for men and women players. Supporters of the policy argue that lack of equal pay would violate the principle of equal pay for equal work, right? Which of the following arguments most weaken the supporters' argument, right?
So we can, let's try
yeah.
to write the opposite of it and either draw, put a cross or put a
Right.
knot to
Right.
show that we have to say the opposite.
Yes,
So that means we have to say that no,
it will not.
it will not violate the principle of equal pay for equal work.
Yeah. And I think the only option that makes sense is men usually play 5-set matches while women play 3-set matches.
So how do we do that? By saying it is not equal work.
Yeah.
So it's not violating that principle. Why? Because men are working more than women.
Yeah.
Why? Because they are playing more sets than women.
Yeah. So option B is correct here.
However, the follow-up question on this, which says critics. So earlier it was supporters, now it's critics.
Yeah.
So they feel that, because critics argue that because the matches of men are garnering more revenue, the policy anyways, equal pay, equal work policy is
Ill-conceived.
ill-conceived because more revenue is generated from men's matches.
Yeah.
So how should we
Weaken
it? Now the only problem with this question is revenue generation should result in equal pay looks like an option that contradicts
Right.
the critics.
Yeah.
However,
It is
you know,
open to interpretation.
it is open to interpretation. So if we go with the fact that it is what it is, not open to interpretation, then A is weakening.
Yes. In that case, A is weakening, and the problem with A is the phrasing. It lends some subjectivity. It says revenue generation should result in equal pay, and as in revenue generation, maybe
Maybe it means that
in the women's case, for example, there is no revenue generation, and then what?
Yeah.
Right. So it is open to interpretation. So
but if we just look at it as on face value, then it is a likely answer.
yeah. So in fact, for this one,
We'll take it on face value and
in fact, we are also saying that D might just be the correct answer, right?
yeah, in the case that it's not taken on face value.
Yeah.
Because it is not very well worded.
Yeah. That's the
Revenue
problem.
generation is what a revenue generation, Are we saying that any revenue generation should still lead to equal pay, or are we saying those who get more revenue, should get more pay?
Yeah.
So it's a little disorienting that way.
Yeah. So we are inclined towards A, but we don't rule out the possibility of AILET giving you D as the option, right? So yeah. We're moving on with this question. So nudge theory is the theory that by shaping the environment, also known as the choice architecture, one can influence the likelihood that one option is chosen over another without adding any significant incentives or disincentives for any option. So you are sort of placing objects in a way that it influences the decisions made by the consumers, right? Without really, incentivizing or
Disincentivizing, because
any of the options, right?
While
So
incentivize would mean saying that if you buy one, you get two more.
yeah, offering discounts.
So it's the default settings of how a store owner puts down the items.
Right. And we are looking for an option
That supports
that
this.
supports the above statements. It says if a default option is provided, decision makers are likely to choose that
It's
option.
pretty much given there.
Yes, it's given as an example. The most frequently mentioned example of nudge theory is the setting of defaults, right?
That means people go with regular things, you know. For
Right.
example, if you're buying cold coffee at Starbucks, you just say, I want cold coffee. Now you don't add things or subtract things because you just go with whatever is standardized.
Yeah. So if you think that A is something that is given in the argument, can't be the strengthener, but if you look closely at this statement 1, it is not given in as many words in the passage. It just says that, you know, setting of defaults is an example, and one sort of elaborates on it by saying that decision makers are more likely to choose that option in case default option is provided. So this is not given, right? So this adds on, right? In fact, this is in a way an assumption in the argument, right?
Yeah.
So 1 is correct here. 2
And
says
2 also is pretty much given, you know. Just put things at eye level and people will pick it up. Why? Because they can just see it.
right. And again, you know, it's close to being given, but not exactly given, right? It just adds on, right? Again, B statement 2 is in a way an assumption in the argument, and we understand assumptions support the argument. So we are going with option C here.
So this question is this is a question which is there in our purple books, our workbooks, and also it is in one of our mocks. The only difference is that we gave it as an Enid Blyton question. The language in an Enid Blyton book is, you know, archaic and old, so it should be published with new language or the contemporary language or lingo as we call it. And here it says that some of the books have racist language and hence they should be republished. So similar question in our mocks and practice books.
Yeah.
And we have to strengthen this, and the fact that we have to strengthen this is that these books should be republished with the racist and sexist language omitted. So how will we strengthen it?
Right.
Strengthen means that we go with the fact that this should not be published with racist and sexist language. Why? Because children reading this language will assume that it is a normal thing, and hence again we are promoting sexism and racism. So option A is strengthening. And since we have to strengthen it, a strengthen option should be very strong. So option B says that yes, in any way, racist and sexist language should now for any reason not be published. There should be no reason to say no, let's stick to this. So remember, in strengthen we have always stated in our classrooms that you have to go with an extreme language option. Why? Because your purpose is to reach the conclusion anyhow.
Yeah.
So both A and B fit the bill here, and hence the answer is C.
C.
So we can
skip this
skip
part.
the
This
legal part.
yeah, this is the legal part. Right.
And
now
come to
the series of deductive questions again.
So these questions also, many of them have been repeated from old AILET papers by just changing the proper nouns.
Right. So we can, I think we can give the answers to this one, to these questions, because they're fairly simple. So 102, it says, and the play is, you know, in all these, in the next few questions, you know, the play is around this part. All of
the questions in the series,
the statements.
You are looking at the answers with the final statement.
Yeah.
Right? So in this case, for example, it is football is basketball.
Football is a basketball.
So everywhere. So even in the previous deductive questions, you notice the play is on the last line.
Yeah, last
So you have
line.
to see whether the last line is getting deduced.
Right. So when it says football is a basketball, the inference, of course, is that it is a plant. But what goes, what the problem in option A and option B is, it adds on to it, right? It says it jumps, and we don't know that for sure. It's a painting, we don't know for sure, right? From these two statements, we won't be able to conclude
whether it is jumping.
Yeah, whether all basketballs fall into these categories, right?
Because all basketballs are plant, football definitely is plant, but
Right.
jump is not decided.
Yes. Yes.
So neither can we say it jumps, nor can we say it does not jump.
Yeah, neither we can, because all these statements are positive statements, this is anyways out of contention, right?
So answer will be option D.
D, Delhi.
So based on that, we can give the answers for the remaining.
Yeah.
Again, the plays on the last line. So 103.
So this one says Mona Lisa jumps, and all paintings jump. So this is you can imagine this is in the outer circle, and we don't know for sure whether Mona Lisa is a painting. Of course, real world knowledge tells us it is a painting, but we are not using that. So this one goes out. So you can imagine, right? Painting hai, jump kar rahi hai, but kya jump kar rahi hai to painting hai? No, right? This cannot be conclusively said. So A goes out, right? And then the other two, I think there's no negative statement here, so other two can be easily eliminated. Again, we are going
remember,
with,
whenever you have positive statements, no negative answer can be deduced. That's one of the basic principles of Aristotelian deductive logic.
right,
So our answer is D.
D. Dragon is a plant that jumps. Right. Right. So when it says, again, dragon is a plant that jumps.
Now dragon is not getting identified with either painting or basketball.
Right. Because it says dragon is a plant, the outer circle. Right. And that jumps again
outer circle.
Outer circle, right?
So we can't situate it inside painting or basketball.
Yes.
Again, that leads us to the answer, which is D.
D, Delhi.
Hundred and five. Again, we situate. Our answer has to come from the last statement here. Aloe vera is a basketball and a painting.
And a painting, right?
Now we are situating it in the inner circle.
Yeah. So this is in the inner circle. This is for sure a plant.
And because it's a painting, it jumps also.
It surely jumps, right? So we are going with option A. Right.
Now we are going to some rivers. Okay.
The some rivers are ponds 1. So some rivers are ponds, all ponds are ocean, no ocean is sea, right? And then it says some ponds are sea, and we don't know that for sure, right? This goes out. Some rivers are ponds, all ponds are ocean. And
so what we can say here is some rivers are oceans.
yeah, yeah. And 2 says all rivers are ocean. Again, no.
It's some rivers are ocean.
Yeah.
So, if some rivers are oceans, then
some ponds are, no, so it goes like some rivers are ponds, all ponds are oceans.
So some rivers are ocean.
Some rivers are ocean is something we can deduce, but all rivers are ocean does
we
not
cannot
follow.
Deduce.
Yeah. And some sea may be river. So look, what is given to us is no ocean is sea, but we can have an overlap. We can have an overlap between sea and river. The only condition is that no ocean is sea, right? So we're going with option C here. Uses the word may.
Because of may and nothing else. Otherwise, the two things we could get from here were some rivers are ocean and that no pond is a sea. So some ponds are sea is out because no pond is a sea. Whereas sea and river, maybe they overlap, maybe not.
Yeah. So the next one. And this too, right? This is one of the questions from the PPT I did few days earlier, or yesterday
2 days
only.
ago.
2 days ago.
We did a marathon on deductive logic and the same question was there in
exactly the same, right?
So
And
we have some ships are boats, all boats are submarines.
Yeah.
So our first
Straightforward
right answer is that some ships are submarines.
Yes.
Which is option 2.
yes, and that's the only option.
And 2 and 3 can't combine to give anything. So
Yeah.
answer will be option B. 139.
108 in this
In
set.
this 108,
Yeah.
sorry. All states are countries. Some countries are states. Forget about only there. only is not adding any more value to says
The-
statement.
Yeah, the only thing this statement is telling us is only some countries are states. The only thing it is telling us that all countries are states is not possible.
Yeah.
Right? All countries cannot be states. Some countries are states, we understand. But all countries are states is not a possibility.
It's not a possibility.
Only some just, sort of excludes that possibility.
Yeah.
Everything else is pretty straightforward here.
Right, so if some states are democratic, X is democratic, so,
X is a democracy, and we don't know whether X is a state because we understand only some states, not only, but some states are democratic. So when we are saying X is democratic, we don't know
maybe
whether
it is a state,
we don't know.
maybe it's a country, we don't know.
Right.
So
X
answer-
is not a state is surely out.
Because they are positive statements.
Right.
So
And
our answer will be D.
D.
109. So
Right.
this was
Yeah.
again a little tricky question. Going with the history of these papers, we know that all books are valuable, some souvenirs are books. So from statement 2, statement 3 is coming. Going with the history of this paper, answers have been accepted even if one statement is leading to the answer. So
Yeah.
based on that, option A is coming out.
Yeah. So
However, strictly following deductive logic, let's say, not going with the history, statement 3 is not getting derived from combining 1 and 2, it's only getting derived from statement 2.
Yeah. But when it says they are consistent with each other,
Yeah, it's not strict, they are not
yeah,
inconsistent
yeah,
either.
we
So
are-
A will be the answer here.
yeah, A should be the answer, right?
Hundred and 110. All lions are animals, no animal is a zombie, so no lion is a zombie is one statement.
Right.
And if you combine 2 and 3, no animal is a zombie, all zombies are rainbows. We get some rainbows are not animals.
And finally, so it says all lions are animals, and it
Yeah.
says no animal is a zombie. For sure,
No lion
lions
is a zombie.
Right. No lion is a zombie. And again, all zombies are rainbows, so we can say no lions are
Rainbows.
rainbows. So this is
Answer
straightforward.
option A. Next.
Right.
So that is legal.
Right. So this one again, I think there was some problem with this particular question, or right. So it says, frankly, technology is often baffling to me. And then it says, luckily, I have kids who delight in parenting me, advising me, explaining me,
Yeah.
and basically educating me on all things digital. But studies suggest that this helpfulness, taking help from your children or grandchildren, might not be as beneficial as we think. And why? Because grappling with new and baffling things forces the aging brain to work in novel ways. And this study from University of Texas found that those who engage with technology had better cognition and memory than their non-engaging peers. So instead of taking help from your children, try to figure things out for yourself.
Yeah.
Right. So which of the following is an assumption made in the passage? A says, elderly adults are technology averse.
That's an extreme answer.
Yeah. Let's keep it, right? We might just reach here. Let's look at B. All elderly adults are incapable of understanding technology. And again, we have that word all,
Yeah.
right? And there is this study, right? The study tells us that these were two groups,
That
right?
were doing it.
Yeah, and one group was the one which did not require help from, or which did not seek help from the children, right? So this is the bad looking one. C says, at present technology is designed in a manner that most elderly adults find it difficult to work with.
So this is common to both the groups.
Yeah.
Those who take help and those
Yeah.
who don't, those
Yeah.
who try it out themselves
Yeah.
means
Yeah.
current technology is such that you would need trying out.
Yeah. So one is that they are figuring it out for themselves, and two is they are seeking help. And Of course, C makes sense, and we can eliminate A in favor of C. And then let's look at D. It says elderly adults must engage with technology as it improves their
So that is
health.
making it a rule. I
Yeah.
mean, the idea is that they have to be cognitive. They have to be
Yeah.
active cognitively.
Yeah.
So whether it's technology or any new art that you try to figure out,
Yeah.
the brain is not saying, okay, only technology-wise I'm going to work.
Yeah.
So again, D is making it necessary.
Yeah.
Whereas we have to make a case of overlapping premise here that either way both the groups needed to do something to understand it, which means it's not so easy to understand.
For adults, yes.
So C becomes a
The-
premise on which these two groups are based.
Yeah. Right.
Another one on the elderly. So it talks about, you know, the fact that depression among the elderly is on the rise and goes unnoticed, and however it is widespread and present,
Yeah.
and the cases are going underdiagnosed or undiagnosed,
Yeah.
and many elderly parents are depressed. It's just that they don't talk about their mental health, probably because they don't know what to talk about it in there. And therefore it becomes difficult to know whether they are undergoing depression or not. So here again we had to look at an assumption. And again this was one of those questions where the options did not make it very easy to come to an easily discernible answer.
Yeah.
So option A we of course can rule out because
It says
we
most.
don't know whether they unanimously agreed to this or not.
Also, it says
It says most, so
Yeah.
that does not include all. B is stated really
Yeah.
because all the gerontologists or most of them have said that it is quite widespread.
Yeah. So, you know, we can sort of dwell on B because assumptions, you know, usually how these tests ask assumption questions is they themselves assume that assumptions can't be stated, right?
They
And-
should be stated ideally, that's why they are called
Yeah.
assumptions. B
And,
is
and also,
stated.
yeah, sometimes it falls in the gray area because I think logicians do have a concept of stated assumption, right? But then what we have seen in these papers over the years is they are going with options that are not stated, and therefore there is a reason to eliminate B also, right?
Or a reason to keep it considering we don't come to any answer.
Right. C says if the elderly talk more often, right? Talk more often, and in the passage we are given talking about their mental health. So maybe they talk sufficiently, but they don't talk about the mental health. So that's the problem with C. And you know, we are nitpicking. Maybe they are working under the assumption कि ठीक है, ये language will work. But we are telling our side of the story in this question. D says, while they may not talk about mental health, the elderly people are very aware, right? Again, the problem with this, very aware.
We don't even know whether they are aware
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
They may be, doesn't help much in the passage
Yeah.
because they are not talking about it, but maybe they are also not aware about it, or maybe they are. So again,
Yeah.
D cannot be a conclusive assumption.
Yeah. So basically what we are saying is if they look past the fact that B is stated, B is an assumption of sorts, not maybe the stated assumption, not the unstated assumption. But yes.
And C, there is ambiguity around talk more often
Yeah.
because, you know,
Not specifically about mental.
because the mental health point was not mentioned.
Yeah.
So we do see a gray area in answering there. Let's see how AILET responds to this.
Yeah. As in out of the lot, B looks good, but there is that problem with B, right? So we're leaving it, right? We don't want to sort of commit to this one. Right.
Again, another gray area question here. Because frankly, in this question, we were not able to agree to any option.
Yeah. The exception being option D, which is slightly, ever so slightly, even if ever so slightly better, because it says, by choosing to investigate the matter, the US FTC has expressed its displeasure. And in the passage it said, Nintendo raised the ire of parents and regulators, right? This part, and it says they did something, right? US Federal Trade Commission said it would investigate the loot boxes. Combining these two together, D makes some sense, right? So as I was saying earlier, D is slightly better than A, B, and C. So again, we will give D as the option on this one.
Right. Mike, okay?
Right. So we're going with D,
Yes.
although we are saying that it is not the best looking option.
Because that's the only option that we can sort of say that matches with something that is given
in the
in
passage.
the passage.
Right.
Do we have to change Mike?
Is it okay?
Mike, okay? Right. So now we are looking at 104,
116 in this case.
116 in that case. Yeah.
All right. So any attempt at fighting the CAM's psychopathological influence on the prisoner by psychotherapeutic or psychogenic methods has to aim at giving inner strength by pointing out to him a future goal, blah, blah, blah. What it essentially says is instinctively some of the prisoners attempted to find one on their own, a goal
So
to
here
look
the
forward
important
to.
point is a future goal to look forward
to. And then this important line which says it is a peculiarity of man that he can only live by looking to the future, right? It is something that defines man, right? And this is his salvation in the most difficult moments of his existence, although he sometimes has to force his mind to the task, right? So it
That
can
means
be
we are looking at the first option which says that everyone is capable of looking at the future.
yeah. So because it says it is something that defines man, right?
So some are able to do it easily, others have to be forced to it.
Yeah.
So we are taking the whole circle of man or human being over here.
Yeah. So
And the second one?
looking to the future is difficult for many as they get caught up in the present. So difficult, we can, it gets inferred from this part which says he sometimes has to force his mind to the task.
Yeah.
Right? So we're going with the C here, right?
Both 1 and 2.
Both 1
Those
and 2.
going through a tough time must rely on their past, has not been mentioned anywhere.
Yeah.
1 and 2 can be inferred, hence the answer is C.
Yeah.
So the next one talks about eugenics and genetic engineering and says that they represent the one-sided triumph of willfulness over giftedness, of dominance over reverence, and of molding over beholding. So
Yeah.
these are keywords where genetic engineering, if it is adopted, what will happen? Willfulness will take over giftedness. That means one who's born with gifts, talents, versus others where we are genetically modifying. Dominating our genes over respecting them, and molding, creating our own creatures rather than looking at what has been naturally created.
Yeah.
But the author wants us to not worry about this triumph and take it as a triumph.
Yeah.
Why? Because the author says, why not shake off our unease with enhancement as so much superstition?
And the last line also, right?
And what would be lost if biotechnology dissolved our sense of giftedness? That means once biotechnology comes into the play, we are no longer looking at what is naturally happening or naturally gifted.
So wondering and maybe asking rhetorical questions. And
Shows.
Yeah, he sees no problem in this.
No problem with it. So these rhetorical questions are the conclusions that the author has given here.
Yeah.
So what you can draw from here, at least from the last line, and in fact the whole passage, is that genetically engineered kids are going to be ungifted. Why? Because we are molding them. We are creating our own style of children. genetic engineering makes people more focused on controlling things and less respectful of natural abilities. So the option 2 is not really bad.
Yeah.
It's just that we don't see any option where it says 1, 2, and look at the third one.
Yeah.
Controlling and dominating abilities through genetic engineering should be seen as part of human progress is pretty much the author's conclusion.
Yeah.
Right?
So, yeah, actually the problem with this one was we did not have an option which said 1, 2 and 3. We don't, particularly disagree with 2, but it's just that 3 is
And,
given provided more support.
On the other hand, when I looked at option 1, I felt it
Yeah.
would be, it's not ungifted like, I looked at ungifted as not the opposite of giftedness, you know.
Yes.
So, I mean, I felt that option 1,
Yeah.
if you interpret it differently,
It could be C also.
yeah, it could be ungifted could mean a new thing altogether. So the idea is not that they don't have any talent. Their giftedness shows natural talent versus molded talent, or you have tweaked the gene to produce talent.
Yeah.
So are they gifted? Gifted, yes. But is ungifted seen as the other side of giftedness? Then maybe 1 comes in. But if ungifted is seen as a different word altogether, then our answer changes to C.
Yeah.
So again, a gray area question here.
So that's the problem, because they might just want to say the question maker that ungifted is different from giftedness, right?
That would make it C.
That would make it C. So yeah, we are inclined towards D, but yes.
Our second answer shows the ambiguity in the question.
Right. So D/C can go either way.
Yeah. Next. So this is the X and Y one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would you like to take this set?
Yes. So it says there are these two groups, right? And they are divided on the basis with different physical characteristics or other characteristics that can be easily observed or discovered, such as race, ethnicity, immigrant status, or religious practices. So there's some division of groups, right? Now within each group there are good and bad types. They're not necessarily bad. All of them are not necessarily bad. All of them are not necessarily good, right? Assume that X's are wealthier and more politically powerful than the Y's, perhaps because they are more numerous. So this line is important, right? They are more numerous, either this or because they are descended from a politically powerful group, or this, right? So they exert more influence, they have more power, and it could be because of either of these two reasons. 1, they are more in numbers, or 2, they descended from a politically powerful group, right? Under such conditions, it is possible that members of X will signal to their cooperative propensity by discriminating against the Y's. They are grouping, these are two groups, and they are polarized in a way. Discrimination functions as a signal because it is costly. Why is it costly? One gives up the opportunity to do business or socialize with Y's who are good types. So when there is animosity, right, when these two groups are so polarized, right, there is a loss of opportunity when some Y's who are good want to do business with some X's who are good, right? Now, in equilibrium, all or most X's will avoid Y's. All or most. And almost all of Y's will avoid the X's, right? Falling back on each other when it is desirable to enter cooperative ventures. So when they have to sort of do something together, a cooperative venture, the chances are high that Y's will stick together and X's will stick together, right? Finally, we assume that because of their political and economic dominance, members of X control the government, and not only the government, also the criminal justice system, right? So this is what is given to us. Right. 118. Which of the following observation is incorrect? A says if X is numerically large group, Y comprises of small ethnic groups, right? If one is large, the other is ethnic, if they do not have much influence or they do not exert much power, right? So A is something we can agree with. B says if X is a tiny minority of people with aristocratic lineage, Y's consist of the masses. Yes, just look at this wording, aristocratic lineage, right? They may be politically powerful, right? And it is not necessary that they are big in numbers, right? So even B, we can agree with B. C says numerical strength of X is always higher, and we have a problem with this one because it could be because of the other reason, which is descended from a politically powerful group, right? So C is a likely option. A and B go out. Do remember we are looking for an option that is incorrect. And D says X may or may not be numerically larger group. Yes, we agree with this. So the correct option in this one is C, right? C, everyone. The next one. Which of the following observations is incorrect if the X's operate the criminal justice system to the disadvantage of Y's? Now, this is already given in the passage, right? And we just have to rely on the passage to get the answer for this one. A says, Y's must rely heavily on each other for protection against criminals. Yes, this is something we'll agree with, right? They must rely on each other. ये भी passage में दिया हुआ है, we have support for this one. B says, Y's may form a solidarity group and signal their loyalty to the group. Again, they are combining strength, they are operating together, so we have support for this one. C says, Y's may express loyalty to Y's by engaging in activities that X's disapprove of. Right? Look, they are forming this solidarity group, or they are sort of combining together, and they are sort of also in a way rebelling against this powerful X group, right? So again, C is not something that is completely incorrect. Do remember we are looking for something that is incorrect, and it uses the word may, and that helps option C, right? Option D says, Y who engages in activities disapproved by X can never be trusted in comparison with other Y's. Now look at this one. It says, Y who engages in activities disapproved by X's can never be trusted in comparison with other Y's, and we understand there is an inherent deficit of trust. So there is no comparison between those Y's who have sort of, transgressed, those Y's who have committed some wrong in the eyes of X, and those Y's who have not, right? In the passage we were given, almost all Y's will avoid the X's, right? They are generally opposed to each other, right? So for D, we do not have enough support, and by eliminating A, B, and C, we are reaching D. For everything else, we have some support from the passage. For D, D is incorrect, right? There's no difference between, I'll repeat, there's no difference between those Y's who are good Y's and those Y's who are bad Y's, right? Okay. Assume that criminal punishments will have different effects on X's and Y's. Which of the following is again incorrect? A says Y's obtain more respect from other Y's when they become subject to criminal punishments, and that may be the case, right? They are rebelling against X, to whom they as a group are opposed, right? So we can agree with this. B says a criminal punishment will deter a Y less than it will deter a similarly situated X who obtains no enhanced respect. Will deter a Y less. So basically, there is a punishment, and who controls the criminal justice system? The X's. So it says a criminal punishment will deter, right, will dissuade Y less than it will dissuade X. So for example, somebody from the group Y, let's say Y1, तो Y1 ने कुछ violate किया rule, violate किया कुछ law, right? Will it sort of deter other Ys, Y2, Y3, Y4 and Y5 to not go against the established laws? Maybe, maybe not. The chances are less because the rules and laws are all made by X. So they will tend to violate these rules and laws, right? So it makes sense when it says a criminal punishment will deter a Y less. Because for Y it could be now Y1 has transgressed and Y1 will be the hero of the group Y, right? So B is something we can agree with, right? C, criminal punishment impacts X's and Y's in the same manner, right? And this is wrong from the very start, right? X's and Y's in the same manner, so long as the very nature of punishment is the same. Not in the same manner. Criminal punishment Y ko mila, he may become the hero of the group, but we are not sure of the same for X's, right? So C here looks like the correct option. D says a Y who has a criminal record will not be trusted by X. Of course, they are generally not trusted. They don't trust the group, and especially the guy who has a criminal record, and we will agree with this. So this can be eliminated. A is eliminated, B is eliminated. The correct option here is C. (121). Assume that voluntary punishment is a reliable signal of a Y's loyalty to the other Y's. ठीक है? Which of the following is an incorrect observation? Semi-voluntary matlab ho gaya, they have committed a crime, or they've transgressed the law in some way and they understand this will lead to punishment. Semi-voluntarily isliye hai ki punishment is decided by the other group X, right? A says, and again we are looking for an incorrect observation. A says Y has an incentive to get himself punished by the X's. Yes, he has an incentive, right? Because it will go on to show his loyalty. So A can go out. B, Y may commit a crime even if X does not have a particular desire to commit a crime, right? Even if Y does not have a particular desire, just to go on to show his or her loyalty towards the group, he may commit a crime. Again, we'll agree with this. B goes out. C says Y will commit a crime only if X provokes Y to commit a crime. And we have a problem with this because we said earlier in option B that he may just commit a crime to show his loyalty, to sort of show his or her loyalty towards the group, right? So C, I think, is correct in the sense it is incorrect and therefore the correct option. D says a criminal punishment that was kept hidden from the public would deter a Y from crime more effectively than a criminal punishment that broadcasts is offense. So let's look at this one. It says would deter a Y from crime more effectively. So there is a crime just jo broadcast nahi hoga, it will be hidden, right? Now we understand Ys are committing crimes, and based on this question STEM, Ys are committing crimes because they have a propensity to against what X is saying, and also because they have to show their loyalty towards the group, right? So it could be the case that they are committing those crimes that will be broadcasted, that will that will become known to the people, right? And not those hidden crimes which will not become known to the people. Then they would not get the opportunity to show their loyalty towards the group, right? So option D can be eliminated. Option C here is correct because it is an incorrect observation. Okay. 122, it is well known that the world isn't the same anymore politically, economically, or for that matter financially. Macroeconomic settings have turned adverse from ultra low to higher for longer interest rates and raise the levels of debt, especially public debt, uncertainties and volatility, right? Okay, simple one. It follows that these conditions will bear upon future growth. What? The macroeconomic settings, right? It will have a bearing on future growth. The breaking up of trade supply chains and their reshaping, for example, an example is given to support that it will have a bearing on future growth, will be costly for the world in general, according to calculations, and costlier for developing countries. So for the world in general, it will be costly, it will have some adverse impact, but especially for the emerging and developing countries, right? Which of the following assumption is made in the above passage? And in this one, we are going with option B. Let's look at A. Economic events in one part of the world always shape other parts. So because of always, we are eliminating this one. When macroeconomic settings turn adverse, future growth gets impacted. That's the assumption, right? So we are going with B here. Right, the next one. Traveling in a bus can be enjoyable experience if you have your own seat, the vehicle is not crowded, and there is a nice breeze, okay? But if the bus, so there is an analogy drawn in this one. The author wants to say something similar happens to atoms. If they are contained in a vessel at low density, they behave in a certain way. But if they are packed densely together with little or no moving space, something new happens, right? An analogy is drawn. Let's look at the question stem. Which of the following assumption is made in the above passage? A says less crowd is essential. So it says if the vehicle is not crowded, it can be enjoyable. So calling it essential, this factor as essential would be extreme. A goes out. B says atomic behavior can always be understood by drawing analogies to real world events. We are going with D, Delhi on this one. Okay. The next one talks about EVMs and how they can be tampered. The author's point is these parties blame the machine. However, none of them has been able to prove their allegations, right, against the credibility of EVMs, and neither do they apologize. So you have not been able to provide proof, right, that they are getting tampered, and nor you are apologizing for using this as a pitch, right? And then it says many critics, giving the example of Germany, say that EVMs have been declared illegal and by the German Supreme Court, right? They can be tampered, you have not been able to show proof, and then you are claiming that even Germany has banned EVMs, right? Now, which of the following assumption is made in the above passage? A says EVMs are tamper-proof. So it tells us that they have not been able to provide proof. But then the assumption is not that they are tamper-proof. Maybe they are not tamper-proof, but it's just that they have not been able to provide evidence, right? So A is in a way extreme, A goes out. B says criticism of any system shakes people's trust in it. And again, you know, the way it is phrased, criticism of any system shakes people's trust in it, you know, it's a little extreme. The passage concerns itself with only EVMs. So we do not like this option. We are going with D, Delhi in this one. Right. 125. The art of war is of vital importance to the state. it is a matter of life and death, a road either to safety or to ruin. So it says the art of war is of vital importance. Why? Because it is a matter of life and death, right? Hence, it is a subject of inquiry which can on no account be neglected. So it can't be neglected. Why? It can't be neglected because it is of vital importance. Why is it of vital importance? Because it is a matter of life and death. So ये premise type हो गया, ये एक sub conclusion हो गया, and this becomes the overall conclusion that it is a subject of inquiry. A says matters of life and death should not be neglected. Of course, right? This is the assumption. बोल रहा है it is of vital importance because it is matter of life and death, and therefore it is a subject of inquiry which cannot be neglected. So matters of life and death should not be neglected. This looks good. B says matters of life and death are of vital importance to the state, and even B looks good, right? बोला art of war is of vital importance because it is a matter of life and death. Life and death are a matter of importance to the state. So we are going with C here. Right. In a survey of IT professionals in Bangalore, those who regularly practiced yoga reported fewer instances of work-related stress than those who did not. And then we are given an example. Priyanka, an IT professional from Bangalore, rarely feels work-related stress. Which of the following can be inferred? Priyanka practices yoga. We don't know because it says those who regularly practiced yoga reported fewer instances of work-related stress. We don't know for sure that this is a definite cause and this is a definite effect, right? So this goes out. B says Priyanka never practices yoga. Again, this cannot be inferred. C says Priyanka might be practicing yoga, and we can agree with that, right? So we are going with option C here. Again, this yoga question, a similar question had appeared in not the AILET exam, but in one of the earlier CLAT exams. I think it was CLAT 2011. Okay. Right. The education system must prioritize critical thinking skills to prepare students for the challenges of the modern world. Must prioritize critical thinking skills. Which of the following can be inferred? It says they are currently not emphasized in the education system. Okay, let's keep this. B says prioritizing critical thinking skills is the only way to prepare. Only. It will go out. Critical thinking skills are not relevant to the challenges of modern world, goes out. D says students do not need other skills. We reach A by eliminating the rest. A is correct here. Right. So this one says, I think there was some confusion around this question also. Let's young adults spend most of their time on social media. Most of their time. Young adults should spend more time making connections in the real world. So basically telling us that most of the time is a problem, right? So conclusion 1 says young adults should avoid social media. Now, I think this is a little extreme. All the author wants to say they should spend less time, and we are not sure whether this statement is telling us that they should completely avoid social media, because, as I said, the only inference that we can make from that statement is that they should spend less time. So, we are not using this one. 2 says young adults cannot make real life connections because they spend most of their time on social media, and this was shown as a problem, right? So we are inclined towards B, but as I said, they might just give C here, right? But we on our part think that B should be correct. Right. So, while television and print media are still bound by regulations that require a modicum of truthful content, social media is a battleground of facts, lies, and deception, right? We can't really distinguish between these three, where governments, journalists, law enforcement, and activists are on an uneven playing field. Lack of stringent regulation or periodic verification enable unbridled access to social media, right? Unrestrained, resulting in unchecked dissemination of information with elusive credibility. There's a question mark on the credibility of the information on the social media, right? Now, which of the following conclusions can be properly inferred? Anyone can post anything on social media. It says unbridled access to social media, so we can infer 1. 2 says it is generally difficult to ascertain the accuracy of content posted on social media, and again, right, ye credibility wale se aa raha hai. People are easily influenced by what they read on social media. We don't have support for this one, right? So we are going with C here. Right. And this one is easy. Fitness tracking devices often recommend we take 10,000 steps a day. But the goal of 10,000 steps is not rooted in science, right? It rests on coincidence and sticky history rather than research. Research suggests use of time as a parameter and not the number of steps, right? We exercise for at least 150 minutes or half an hour most days in addition to moving around, what we do part of our daily routine. Which of the following conclusions can be properly inferred? Most people walk 10,000 steps but become frustrated. We can eliminate this one. It is better to measure effort through time rather than the number of steps. Yes, this looks good. Most people find it difficult to complete 10,000 steps daily. We don't have support for this one. B is correct here. Right. (135) then. Human beings are entitled to dignity and rights while non-human animals are not, because human beings are autonomous while animals are heteronomous. In other words, animals are, and you know, it elaborates, it explains us everything. Animals are not in control of their actions and are guided entirely by pleasure, while human beings are capable of acting for moral reasons, right? So that's the distinction. They act on the basis of moral reasoning, but animals purely on, you know, what gives them pleasure and what gives them pain, right? So that distinguishes, and therefore they are entitled to dignity and rights, while non-humans are. Now A says, an assumption. Entitlement to dignity and rights flows from the ability to act for moral reasons contrary to pleasure, and this is an assumption. Looks good. B says human beings are worthy of asserting superiority over animals, and here, right, we are not very sure of whether this works as an assumption, and asserting superiority, according to me, it's a little subjective, right? Maybe they are entitled to dignity and rights, animals are not, but still they shouldn't assert superiority, right? Maybe they are superior, but they shouldn't assert superiority. And I think, you know, the phrasing of it, I'm not comfortable with B so much. I think it has to be A. But it again becomes one of those questions where they might just give C also on this one, but I on my part think A is a better option. Okay. The negative psychological effects of pornography, including addiction and emotional stress, are well documented. We have moral obligation to protect our society from these potential harms. Banning pornography is a responsible step. And that is the conclusion the author has reached, to safeguard the mental well-being of individuals, especially our youth. Right? Banning is the solution. Which of the following is an assumption here? A says the negative psychological effects of pornography are significant and concerning enough to warrant a ban on pornography, and yes,
That's a standard assumption.
Yeah, this is an assumption. B says there are no substantial positive or beneficial aspects to pornography. Yes, it says no substantial positive or beneficial aspects, so ban pornography. So both A and B, we are going.
So B
with
is,
C.
I think, saying what A is saying,
Yeah.
on just with a no.
Yeah. Then
Next one.
I think the next one here is question number 144. Is it 144 or is it 146, I think? So this is all legal. We can skip this part, 146.
Excessive use.
Right, so we have 4 more questions to go. So excessive use of mobile phones has been associated with a range of health issues. Prolonged screen time, constant connectivity can lead to physical problems. Additionally, excessive usage of mobile phones raises concerns about the potential long-term health effects to exposure of electromagnetic radiation. Right? One should not use mobile phones because excessive use can lead to adverse health impacts, right? Assumption, one should not use anything, the excessive use of which can cause health problems.
So
yes.
if we are doing it for mobile phones, that
Yes.
means it has to be true in general.
Yes. A is good.
So in assumption, we teach you that if it is true for a particular, for it to be true for a particular, it has to be true for the general, which means every variable that identifies with the qualities of the particular.
Yeah.
So A falls into that.
Yeah. So it's like connecting the premise to the conclusion. Excessive use खराब है, ban
Why?
कर दो.
Because of health issues.
And ban कर दो. Excessive use अगर गड़बड़ है तो ban कर दो. A connects premise to the conclusion. B says one should not use anything associated with electromagnetic radiation. And again, according to us, this is a little extreme because
The idea is it should not be excessive.
yeah, it should not be
So B is
excessive.
missing the word excessive.
Yeah, it just says use, and that is making this option incorrect for us.
Because the passage is not saying don't use phones. The passage is saying not excessive.
Right. So, actually, it says don't use phones because excessive use is a problem.
Yeah.
Right. So we are not sure कि अगर excessive use नहीं करेंगे, केवल use करेंगे, will that also be a problem? We don't know that. Right. Therefore, for us, A is the correct option on this one. So dark comedy should be banned. Again, we are dealing with a passage where something needs to be banned.
Banned.
Right. Dark comedy often relies on humor that is edgy and insensitive, making light of serious or sensitive topics. All of this, right? Individuals may become less empathetic or more willing to dismiss the real life pain and suffering. All of this. Because all of these reasons, it should be banned.
Banned.
Which of the following assumption is made in the passage? Insensitive things should be banned. ऐसे बोला dark comedy should be banned because it is insensitive.
That
So
means
insensitive things should be
should
banned.
also be banned.
Right. So A we find A to be correct. B says it
And
is
Yeah, it is not acceptable to dismiss the real life pain and suffering of others. Why are we banning this? Because it is leading to lack of empathy to real life pain and suffering. That means we are not accepting such a thing to pass. So answer will be option C over here. Next. An environmental organization claims that replacing traditional light bulbs with LED lab bulbs in households will reduce electricity consumption. Again, a question from our worksheet as well as workbook. CLAT possible.
Significantly reduce electricity consumption.
Yeah. So what will support this claim? We are not talking about expenses, so option A can be removed. We are not talking about the quality of life and long-term
Lifespan.
use, lifespan. B is also.
Maybe it is consuming more energy, but it is still sustaining longer, right? So B can be ruled out. C says LED bulbs emit less heat, right? So we can sort of do some calculation here. It says reduce electricity consumption because they are not emitting much heat, so that conversion from electricity to heat is not happening much, right? So C looks good.
It is actually
D is
providing a missing premise from a premise which should be a part of the stimulus but is not given.
Right,
So the connection between reducing electricity consumption, why? Because they are not heating up or emitting heat, so that means they are probably drawing less electricity.
drawing less electricity, yeah.
The next one also is from our workbook and as well as our worksheet, class worksheet on critical reasoning.
Yeah, I've lost count of how many questions have come from the workbook.
So regular exercise leads to better mental health, and individuals who exercise for an average of 30 minutes every day reported lower levels of stress and anxiety. So this is focusing on mental health. Slight change from what was given in the workbook, and options however have been changed. So we have to weaken it.
Yeah. So A says the study included participants from a wide range of age groups. So this goes on to show that study was well done, right?
So it's strengthened.
Yeah, so it can go out. Individuals who exercise for longer durations did not report marked decrease in stress and anxiety. So what it says is the degree of improvement, right, or the degree to which the stress and anxiety went down was not significant, right? So now,
it's potentially weakening. We can keep it.
Potentially weakening, because all it, in the argument we are given that they report lower levels of stress and anxiety. We don't know whether it is significantly lower or whether it is,
And 30 minutes has been taken as a standard. So option B is saying even those who exceed 30 minutes have not shown a significant drop in anxiety, which probably goes against the passage.
It tends to weaken.
Yeah.
It tends to weaken. And C, right? C here says the study was limited in its geographic scope. And again, this suggests that the study was done in one specific geography, and maybe people there are, maybe people there already have good mental health, and maybe it is not encompassing a wide variety of people. So we think
it was less representative.
Yeah.
And that could go against, again, the stimulus. So we probably have two possible answers on our hand.
Yeah, and D says participants who exercise. So this talks of physical injury, so this can go out. So we are saying B looks better. B looks better, but again, this becomes one of those questions where we can't completely rule out the possibility of C. But yes, according to us, B looks better. And we have the final question.
Yeah. So again, it's our workbook question.
But they have distorted it, leading to some controversial. They
I think
can
they have changed the
the
options again a little bit.
So,
gun
this is
violence-
also that question where the option can go either way. The correct option can go either way.
Because the solution to the gun problem has been provided
Yeah.
in checking and waiting period after gun purchases to
To
rule
mental-
out
yeah.
people who have mental health concerns.
Yeah.
That leads us to an inference that maybe this gun violence comes mainly from people with mental health concerns.
Yeah.
If that is the case, the
Then A looks
answer
good. Both
can
A
be
and B.
both A and B, C.
Right.
However, if that is not the case, though it should be the case, because if you are providing a solution where you say that we have to check people for mental health concerns, and if that you feel is a way of preventing maximum gun violence, that means most of the gun violence or uncalled for gun violence is coming from that area.
Yeah.
So that would take us to C.
Yeah.
Otherwise, this is one question, the last one, where it can vary between C and D.
Yeah,
you know?
it really hinges on whether the test maker has taken it to be the primary factor, right? Or it is as one of the contributory factors, right? So it's
the
really
language given in the stimulus as well as in the options is not really helping us
Yeah.
to that effect.
So according to me, A, and it has to be between A and D. Because B, individuals with mental health issues are more likely to purchase guns. Maybe they are not more likely to purchase guns, but they are more likely to sort of commit that gun violence wala crime. So A and D, but we don't know, right? It can.
It is swinging either way.
Yeah. So, this was the last question, and it is representative of what many of the questions in the paper
So
are
there
like.
were 8 to 9 questions that had this problem of ambiguity with either two options or the language of the option. So that could reduce the, bring down the cutoff for this section. And again, like CLAT 2024, AILET 2024 is going to be decided with how well you have done the logical reasoning section.
Or how lucky you are on logical reasoning.
If those 8 questions are determining factor. Yes.
Are we giving any?
We will be giving the cutoffs after the discussion of the English section, and we'll very quickly move into the English section discussion. And that will be all from logical reasoning, a humongous section for the past 3 years in the AILET paper, when it comes with 70 questions, maximum from critical reasoning, some questions, 8 to 10 questions from an analytical and 8 to 10 from legal.
Somebody who was able to go through these questions, go through this section in a calm-headed way, would have, knocked some of them pretty easily, and on some of them you have to leave some of them. The ones that we are saying would be either.
So yes, the difference would be, did you attract the negative marks or
Yes,
not?
yes,
Of
yes.
those very important 8 to 9 questions.
Yes.
So let's see how it goes. We'll be bringing the cutoffs to you very soon, but just after the English section discussion.
Yes.
Thank you so much, everyone. That'll be all from logical reasoning.
ये निकाल लेंगे.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Surabhi Modi Sahai,
And I'm Siddharth Ranjan.
and we are bringing to you the analysis of the English section of AILET 2024.
Yeah. I think overall, if we look at the whole section, I think it has been a good one for majority of our students, and I think for students in general so far. The questions are relatively easy for the most part, except for a few tricky ones here and there. But I think the students must have really enjoyed solving this paper. For
The
sure.
passages were widespread,
Mhm.
eclectic reading. You needed to be comfortable with all genres. That's how we try to do it at CLAT POSSIBLE as well. Passages were from very interesting topics, and some of the passages looked like they were tough to read, but the questions were fairly easy because options were pretty far and wide for most of the questions. Also, after the many debatable questions in the logical reasoning section that we saw earlier in the evening today,
This must have come as a
English
relief.
section presented a respite to many students and should see a good cutoff for the section of 50 questions over 7 passages.
Yeah. I think the passage approach is pretty basic. As like ma'am already mentioned, the questions are relatively simple for the majority part, and we're here to discuss all of it with you.
So we are discussing the question paper which is hash.
Yeah.
So our order of answers can be different from yours. So we will call out the passage type and then discuss the questions, and you can use the screen for reference where we are going to showcase all the answers.
Yeah.
So the first passage in the hash series for us is linguistics. Again, as we mentioned, a slightly tougher looking passage to read, but very easy to handle questions. So this is the passage. All right, so I think we have got a different series here.
Yeah.
So we are going
This-
to
Passage 2 for hash.
passage 2
For hash.
for hash, which is the awards and accolades and the unquenchable thirst for acknowledgement passage.
These sort of passages, again, it's a really interesting passage to read, again, because, it is really showing you just how wide variety of questions and as far as passages are also being asked in the AILET. So the whole passage was primarily talking about, how we are constantly chasing awards in order to get some validation for our own personal sakes, right? So I think let's just begin with the discussion.
So for hash question paper, it is the second passage. For star, I think it is the first passage, and the very first question is a tone question. Very unlike AILET, where they have just given a single or maximum 2 tone questions, while figures of speech were missing this year from the English section, which has always been a favorite of the NLU Delhi question paper. So, yes.
Please go ahead, ma'am. The first question, again, is going to be talking about what is the tone of the passage. And again, if we look at the passage, I think there are only 2 options where you could have been, maybe a little bit confused between. One of them was going to be obviously reflective, and the other one is going to be persuasive, right? But I think if you guys have read the passage in detail, near the last paragraph also, like when the author says that, but we must not forget that our self-worth should not be tethered solely to the whims of external validation, and other lines like, a person's true worth cannot be distilled from the certificates.
Yes, second last paragraph.
Yeah.
So the passage basically goes into a little descriptive mode towards the beginning, and then the second last and last paragraph define the tone, and we have maintained it in our classes that even if 1 paragraph or 4 lines give us an opinion of the author, a decisive opinion of the author, the tone changes.
Yeah. And I think looking at the last 2 paragraphs, it is pretty clear that, it deviates away from reflective and goes towards persuasive. So for 7, I think for question number 1, the answer should be C.
C.
Yeah.
Moving to question number 2, the cause effect question, basis the relationship presented in the passage.
And this was an interesting one because I think, 2 of the options came extremely close to each other, I think, which were option B and C, right? Because again, option A says pursuits of awards and certificates, and effect says increased self-worth. But again, just the pursuit is not going to exactly really,
And I think we can read it like this. So if this could be the cause and this could be the effect.
Yeah.
If you read it the other way around, so A was a little troublesome here.
I think, ma'am, if we go for A, I think the effect should have mentioned want for, increased self-worth.
Yeah,
And I think that
either
would have
you
been- yeah.
show a want or you show that self-worth is dependent on, you know, pursuit,
Absolutely.
which is shown in B if you look at it.
Yeah, because cause it says intrinsic motivation, and then the
So
effect.
whether it's motivation or we need validation for our self-worth becomes the cause, and hence we run after awards.
I think the key word which seals B for us is going to be pursuit, because again option C is also missing that word when it says that cause is unquenchable sense of accomplishment. That was mentioned in the passage, but then again the effect says extrinsic validation. But again, if we are not getting validation by itself, there is a whole quest to chase it. We have to remember that. So the pursuit portion is missing in terms of option C as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a key word which would have helped you eliminate the options, because
D I think was a dud
yeah,
to begin
yeah,
with.
Absolutely.
So we are going with B, but we feel that C comes very close because we have sort of nitpicked it based on absence of a word, because otherwise they were just using different words for the same thing,
Yeah.
B and C.
Then again, but the pursuit word, I think, is tilting it towards option B. The ninth question, which says...
The third question for here.
says, what is the purpose of the word relentless in the passage? Now again, this is a pretty self-explanatory vocab question, right?
Yes.
So because the first option says to describe the journey as short-lived. Again, that is just the opposite of relentless, if anything, right?
Yeah.
C says to indicate a sudden change in direction, but again, that does not really, you know, show us the continuous pursuit of things. And to convey a sense of calm and tranquility is again absolutely not related to whatever the
A
word
simple
is.
question, B will be the answer.
Answer, yeah.
Fourth question,
Which of the following, if true, would most weaken the conclusion that external validation is superficial in determining self-worth, right? So this was, I think, one of the harder questions of this passage.
yes, and again in this question, if you look at it, there were some serious contenders. For example, A is what we are
Going
looking
with,
at,
yeah.
you know, because you know it's the opposite of what we have to say, and hence we are weakening it. And B also
Comes really close, I think.
comes very close because it says it's not just validation, it's an internal journey and internal motivation.
Absolutely.
But that is one way of looking at B, because intrinsic motivation, self-worth has been linked to the awards. So B comes very close in weakening the conclusion that it is superficial, whereas A is directly contradicting it.
I think the way the options are structured, I think A hits it more on the head per se
Yeah.
as B. So because again, when you say that individuals who possess numerous awards tend to have high self-esteem, that means you're directly tying it to each other, right? So
Yeah, so they come close. It C strengthens it, so does D.
yeah.
So they are going opposite. A is directly contradicting, so we go with A in this case.
yeah.
The fifth question over here, what would the author most probably agree with?
This was a standard
This was
inference question.
a simple question to begin with. The author is not really saying that they are sole determinants. In fact, the author is trying to tell us that this linkage should be disrupted and you should have more self-worth without the awards. And look at option B, intrinsic motivation plays no role.
That's just opposite of whatever was talked in the passage. It's simple one.
So no soul, you can easily go away with that. The pursuit of awards is driven by societal pressures, as been mentioned by the author, because we are looking at acknowledgement from society.
D again has the word solely in it. So personal growth is solely influenced by external validation. That is way too extreme to say. So I think a simple one for you, all of you, it's going to be C for this one. Yes?
The sixth question is again a simple question if we look at it.
The author implies that pursuing awards and certificates would be dash to personal growth. And again, the author has said that it is very closely tied to it. So I think it's an easy one. We just can go for integral here, right?
And it's easy to eliminate, you know,
Yeah, the rest of
all
them.
three which are pretty much similar. The seventh one, the author's position on the pursuit of awards and certificates. What would the author probably take on the issue of external recognition in academia? So if you have read the passage and understood the central theme of the passage, you would know that the author is not for stricter external recognition. In fact,
If anything, he wants more relaxation.
relaxed,
Yeah.
this thing which goes in B.
C again is just
And
going
again,
against.
increasing the number of awards, it's like A, just repeating what A is saying and we eliminate it. And D is a dud right from the beginning. So the answer over here would be option B.
Yeah. The next one is, I think, a grammar question.
Yes.
In the passage, which sentence correctly uses the past
There were two
perfect
grammar
tense?
questions in this passage. Past perfect tense is driven by the use of had plus be plus verb. And it's a simple thing. This is an is one, right? This is again is, and an intrinsic interplay of self-worth.
It's also, I think.
Again, there is no had plus verb. That leaves you with this. Had plus be plus verb.
And this is just for the students. This just also, you know, goes to show the importance of grammar lessons, right?
Yes.
Because again, you have to know that there might be an expectation that you might be getting these questions in your examination as well. Like you can easily see it in the next year's CLAT as well. So yeah.
The first CLAT that happened on the changed pattern in 2020 included grammar questions in the sample papers, gave actual grammar questions, albeit there were only 2 or 3, but they were there, and in this case also there are 2. But imagine the importance of these 2 questions.
It can be an absolute game changer.
It can be a game changer when it comes to ranks and seats, which we all know as far as AILET is concerned. The next question.
Which of the following substitutions for emblematic of in the given sentence would not change the meaning of the quoted sentence? So basically, all you
It
need
is
to
a
do is
not
find a synonym,
change.
right? So
Yeah.
you just need to find a synonym. So they are emblematic of the tireless hours. So obviously,
It's not
emblematic.
that they are similar to it.
It's basically a symbolic thing. So I think the best answer for there is going to be representative of, right? So
It's
prove-
symbolic. It's neither hard evidence, so proof will be out. It is not a facilitator, so conducive will be out. And your answer will be representative. Moving to the last question of this passage, what is the writer's aim in referring to people as multidimensional entities? So we just have to focus on the word multidimensional. Multidimensional means that they are
possessing numerous facets.
multiple facets.
Yeah.
Straightforward answers. It's not a negative connotation. So option B can be eliminated. External accomplishments is again something the author is not advocating,
Against the tone, yeah.
and against the theme and tone. And this goes against multidimensional. So again, as we maintained, the passage has far and wide options for most questions.
Yeah.
And in some questions, of course, there are very difficult to choose from options. So this was one of those.
So among the 7, I think this is one of the easier passages. Like apart from like one question, you guys should have had a good time in this, right?
So for this is passage 4 in the hash
Yeah.
question paper. This is star, so that's the second passage, and it dealt with mental health concerns of the students. And based on this information, what would be a potential consequence for educational institutions if they don't address the issue? It has been clearly given in the passage.
That it is impairing their, academic success as well as retention rates. Like this was directly mentioned in the first paragraph of the passage.
Yes.
So you could just directly, lift it up. So answer I think should be a direct D here. No real confusion in this question. In what ways might educational institutions contribute to the rising trend in student mental health challenges and mentioned in the
Again,
paragraph?
mentioned clearly in the passage, that is option C, that you have to increase the support and no role. All these are such far and wide options that it's very, very, easy to eliminate them. You can't increase the academic rigor. All you have to do is aid in support groups, which is clearly given in the passage, and it's not as if you have to infer it also.
And this was an inferential question which says what broader implications can be drawn from the statistics in the paragraph for overall well-being of the society. So again, I think it's not a very difficult question because again, it was talking about the, how we need to rebuild those kind of support systems, in order to address the mental health things. So
naturally, stringent admission can be easily eliminated, and the statistics are basically helping us look for revaluation of the support systems, addressing it, rather than, for looking at productivity of the people. And academic rigor, stringent admission standards are going against the mental health talk that
if
the
anything,
author
it will
advocates.
contribute to the detriment of the people, right? So I think simple answer for this by elimination should be option D. No,
According to the research, what is the relationship between culturally relevant learning experience? Again, is clearly given in the passage. If you just hunt down the answers also, you would have been able to answer it. There is a relationship.
And there was a positive tone attached to it.
And it's not hindering. It's basically
Improving.
improving learning standards. Hence, the answer will be
Option C. Yeah.
So I think this was a simpler passage with very simple options.
Specific detailed questions are also there in this. Yeah.
The last question for this passage.
What is the significance of the curriculum that allows students to deepen their connections both to their community's cultural values and their learning environment, right? So obviously this
Very
is going
repetitive,
to be,
yeah.
going to be beneficial for you. So I think if the first one says it hinders academic success, which is again going directly against the tone. B saying it has no impact, which is again going against the information given. It emphasizes academic rigidity. No, it doesn't. It basically shows you flexibility.
So answer will be option
C. Yeah.
So next we go to the community passage and cohabitation and community, which is the seventh or the last passage for the hash question paper and the third passage here in the star. So the primary reason for breaking up of the traditional community setup has been given over here very clearly
in the first paragraph.
in the first paragraph.
In the fourth line, we can see that families no longer cohabit as intergenerationally as they once did, especially as the appeal of the nuclear family has begun to increase. So I think the better of our answer should be B rather than going for C, because it is more specific in nature.
So and it also asks you the primary reason and especially suggests that it is one of the main or primary reasons.
Absolutely.
The next question here.
The reason people do not know their neighbor very well is because, once again, it was directly mentioned that they're way too busy with their own affairs. So it's like a simple lift off from the passage. I think the answer should be C. They're always in transit.
The busyness has been mentioned clearly.
Yep.
Constant busyness that we do not get time to know our neighbors. It's clearly lifted from the passage. Answer will be option C. The writer's attitudes towards the connections via social media. So if you look at this, it's given in quote unquote connection, friendship. That means the writer is looking at it very satirically.
In a negative manner.
In a very, very negative manner. And look at the language. Staring at screens more than engaging with people, which means staring at screens is not such a good idea. So it will be disparaging. It's not elusive. The writer is pointedly criticizing it and not agreeing with it.
And apathetic again means that you're unconcerned by it, which again is definitely wrong because he's absolutely concerned by it. So the answer simply should be option A. The second tone question, I think this was, right?
This was the second and the only other tone question here.
Which of the following statements is incorrect with respect to the passage? So again, it's a very simple one. A says the community provides a safe and healthy environment for positive interaction with
is what the author's central idea is. And the author says that crucial learning experience and support systems at home clash with the values of the community is the opposite of what the author is trying to.
It in fact goes together with it, right? So I think
the author promotes cohabitation and the fact that families will do better if there are neighbors or extended families with them. And naturally the author promotes community living, so this is true. We have to give the incorrect one, which is option B. Let's hope all of you read incorrect.
Yeah, and I hope you guys have been, learning it from the CLAT and underlining these things carefully and circling these things carefully.
And this is again mentioned about staring at screens and other reasons for not living together.
Yeah.
So answer will be B for 19th.
For 20 again, two statements questions. Statement 1 says people are available to raise other people's children, which is I think which is opposite, because I think people did not have any time whatsoever, right?
Yes.
And the second statement says that the nature of communities has undergone tremendous transformation regardless of their location. Yes, the author was saying this throughout the passage. So the first one is false, the second one is true. So I think the answer should be clearly option D, right?
Option D.
Pretty self-explanatory, this one. This is the second last passage, the sixth passage.
Now this is the second last passage on electric vehicles for us. So the popularity can be ascribed to. So this has been clearly mentioned. We had to mark the answers for all the statements that were correct. So is it ascribed to the latest technology? It has been in terms of sustenance, yes.
Yes.
Empowerment, yes. Now, we do not know whether it is easily available, right? We did not have any data for that. And we do not actually have any data for latest
being the
technology.
latest tech, yes.
It just begins by saying in recent years, electric vehicles have done something like this.
And saying that it through catalyst of change that it has recently been introduced is way too much of a jump, I think.
So best answer over here will be 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Because these two are clearly mentioned. Maybe 1 and 4 are true, but we don't have data to support it.
And 40, a very simple question.
22nd for here.
22nd for 40 for hash, of course. Significant limitation in tier 2 cities is, right? So
Yeah.
this is, you can absolutely find it from the passage which says that, you know, there was this big lack of jobs which was happening. So
Which is clearly mentioned, option B.
B.
So easy questions here.
Another
Catalyst, again, a meaning vocabulary question. The few vocabulary questions that came from usage is again something that is brings significant change.
And sudden change. So I think simple one, the answer should be A. None of the else match.
And it's not an ends to the means or
Contributes to
sustenance.
sustain. Yeah.
It just triggers something. So that will be option A.
42, an interesting one, I think. The question number 24 for.
Question 24. Now again we have to evaluate two statements. EVs are extremely versatile and have a wider range to offer is something that has been mentioned and in favor of EVs. We did not have any data for this statement, right?
Yeah.
We do know it has empowered women. There is a small percentage about how many women are using it, but are we able to compare this 25% with the men?
Yeah, just on the basis of that 25%, I don't think a comparison is possible. So I think.
Statement 1 is true.
And the statement 2 is false, right?
So that will be option C.
Yeah.
25th, the last mile delivery, simple question.
Yeah, I think the last mile delivery, of course, refers to, you know, getting the product to the customer's doorstep. So this was a direct question.
Yes,
Yeah,
just given and you could have hunted it down. So overall, if you notice, answers have been straightforward from the passage, except for a few tricky ones, and we did see a few questions in the realm of critical reasoning, you know, strengthen and weaken.
Yeah.
So the boundary between reading and reasoning is constantly blurring between CLAT and AILET. In which of the following sentences is the word avenue? Again, a word-based question. So again, the options were not very, very close, you know.
You're surrounded by an avenue of golden trees. Again, that is taking it too literally. So I think we remove that. C says, in spite of the late hour, the lights at 22 Canning Avenue. Again, it is taking it way too literally. You remember that avenues here means pathways. So we have to go around that.
And
right?
this is just a name, right? So I don't think we would have settled for a name. So the best option over here says that there are various avenues
of research, yeah.
So a simple question, I think, not a tough question.
This is like one of the most scoring passages among all of them, right? In which sectors have electric vehicles enabled women to generate income and empower their communities in tier 2 markets? Again, directly mentioned. Last mile delivery has been mentioned throughout, right? As apart from that, transportation and local commuting, all of them are directly given as benefits in the second last line. So the answer should be option C, right? No troubles here.
Now we would go to the perfect FN perfected passage.
Third one, the third passage for us. The third passage for set hash, right?
Yes, so this is the FNPM passage. And the reason of why the creative process which the author had was changed because of the deadlines. Not a tough passage to read, one would say. And the first question itself poses a challenging option, this thing for us. Why? Because in the process of finishing and not perfecting, the author feels that there has been a decline
in the sort of work which they have been.
Now we have to match decline with these options.
Yeah.
You know, so disappointing for who? For the author or for the boss? We don't know. So the closest we felt decline was dilapidated. Disappointing could come close. Devastating changes meaning. You know, it does not break down the author. And distorted is again very extreme.
So, but then again, students, remember that it can go both ways, right? Here, dilapidated and disappointing, both are coming really close. We have decided to go with dilapidated, but I think it can easily swing towards option B as well. Just like
we weren't very happy with the choice of options, because sometimes this kind of ambiguity does not help anyone come out with a discernible answer.
And again, from here, I think the questions become really simple. The 29th question, overthinking posed a big hurdle for the narrator because again, because of that such massive amounts of overthinking, they were not able to start their work only, right? Remember? So, a simple answer, directly listable from the passage, option C. The next one, an even easier question, which is basically telling you to identify the sequence of events that ultimately led to the
You could have quickly checked from the passage.
Yeah.
So, this was
option C.
4, 1, 3 and 2 that led you to
2, 4, 3, 1.
Yeah, 2, 4, 3, 1, which is option
C.
C. These questions you should try not to get incorrect. We are talking to the 2025 aspirants. Just quickly check and mark your answers. Ripple basically means something that starts and then constantly and continuously impacts the results over a period of time. So that will be option A.
Another option which came close in this one was option B, but I think we feel that it is not the most correct answer because of the word cumulative effect.
And
producing.
similar, yeah. Cumulative, it's not as if
they're all
there is a latent period where it keeps on adding and then it constantly impacts your results. So answer will be option A.
Yeah.
Again, a word-based, the third word-based question. Time is luxury is a simple answer. So that is given that
basically that the author herself could not
the context was that there was no time because the author had to work after classes.
She was super busy that way, right? Then 33, the writer had to innovate her FNPM since. Now, what was the reason why the method came about to be? And like I said, this is just connected to the previous question. She had literally no time to spare, and that is why she had to come up with this method, right? So the answer should be option C, pretty direct. Then the next
segregating the project direct question basically to work on each part and give each part a deadline, and there is an improvement which the author attaches at the end, option B.
So these two passages were pretty simple, and I hope you guys have been able to score everything in this because again, the answers are pretty simplistic.
Linguistics read a little tough, but the options were again very, very simple. At least we felt that most of you who have perfected the art of RCs with us in the classes would have found them very easy.
And this is the first passage for set hash, just in case any confused there. What does the term ever evolving imply in the passage? You can just not even read the passage and answer this, I think.
I think the options were all the opposite of the correct answer, and the word ever evolving.
It's constantly changing, and the only answer which matches that is option B. It's pretty simple here. Now
the second question is what does not correctly infer. So not, please underline not, as we have told you off and on.
And then underline the words growing significance, which basically shows that it is increasing, and the only answer which is absolutely opposite to that is going to be option C, which says they have a declining influence, right, which is exactly opposite to whatever the author was talking about.
And as you said, even if you don't read it, the line is itself enough to answer this question. The tapestry word as used in the passage, now naturally it's not the literal meaning of the word tapestry. The tapestry word over here is looking at various aspects and facets, not the decoration, not art and craft,
or the interconnected elements, right? The key word to look for is revealing, I think, ma'am, because of revealing, that hidden portion comes to light, right? So I think the direct answer for this should be option C according to us.
And options also made it very easy for you to reach there. Synergy and confluence, again, options were pretty easy to eliminate.
So far in this passage, I think you could have gotten by without reading it, a single one, right? Synergy and confluence obviously means, things coming together and acting harmoniously.
Just use the meanings of synergy and confluence. Harmonious is your keyword. Rest are opposite.
Just going literally. Isolation, collision, tension, none of it matches. The simple answer should be option C.
C.
Again, question 5, like the 39 question, pretty self-explanatory. Why is it being called symbiotic? And symbiotic, we all know it's a mutually beneficent relationship.
Just the word symbiotic would help you, and that leads you to option B.
Yeah.
They do not fully or overly depend, it is both ways. What is the example of an interdisciplinary collaboration mentioned in the passage?
The more disciplines you have, the better your answer gets.
Yeah.
I think C should be hitting the mark, right? So collaboration between linguistics and psychology,
And
neuroscience.
it's pretty much given also.
Yeah, I mean, all of these are direct questions or either vocab-based questions. I think if you guys have been practicing well in the class, these are pretty easy. Like it's like almost like a piece of cake, right? So I hope you guys have been able to get all of this correct.
So this is now the virtual reality passage.
I think this is the fourth one for us.
Yeah, I think this is for hash, it is the
No,
fourth
fifth one. The fifth one. It's the fifth one for us. The hash. It's the fifth set for hash. Question number 29 for us.
Yeah, and here we move to question 41.
Yeah.
So source question, we have answered a lot of source questions in our mocks, and it's easy because you know this is a kind of a commentary rather than a brochure information or a report which is formal, right?
Again, medical training, it's all too restrictive because again, VR was being talked about in a general sense as well. So I think the
A magazine feature is a very befitting answer based on the nature of the passage. So answer will be option A.
Yeah.
The author's primary purpose in this passage is basically to
provide us, you know, the author was talking about the good and the bad, both of the VR
Yes.
in general. So I think from that, considering the fact if you look at the layout of the passage, we were talking about both places, the good and the bad as well. So the answer which matches this balanced discussion is going to be option.
look at this complete replacement. Nowhere has this been mentioned, or invest. There, it's not persuasive. It's just a discussion to tell us what is happening in the space of VR. Yes, the author may have hinted at spending more time and making it better, but to say that readers have to invest in it is a little far-fetched.
Yeah.
And it's not focusing only on the high cost.
The passage, again, a vocab question, passage mentions immersive experiences to emphasize. Again, immersive basically means that you are able to, you know, really let yourself go into it. So I think the easy answer for this should be the intensity and the realism aspect.
Yes, because it's not an escapist thing, right? You're teaching something to students who are going to be doctors. And it's not just a virtual tour of the facilities to potential clients.
Absolutely.
So just a cursory reading of the passage would have led you to option B.
B.
Again, the only other grammar question here, a participial phrase. A participial phrase basically is one where you are using an ing form of a verb-like word as an adjective, right? So, has been steadily advancing is a proper verb. It's not used like an adjective. Learning is a gerund. It's a noun. The only place where you have an ing word which is verb-like but used like an adjective is operating. So D should be your answer here. So there is just allows here, there is no ing word in C. So answer for this should be D. Again, the reason why we give you grammar classes in the beginning is that you can answer 2-3 questions that come your way like this.
And can be potentially, you know, game breaking. Remember that. Now, according to the passage, why is the cost of implementing VR in med schools a challenge? So again, it's directly mentioned, it's like insane financial investment. You have to invest a lot of money into it. So direct answer for this
Direct
should be
answer
option C.
C. Yeah. What does the passage suggest about the balance between VR training and hands-on clinical training? Again, has been mentioned clearly in the passage. The author says that it is absolutely essential, isn't it?
Yeah, in the last lines you could have easily
And look
gotten
at
this.
these. Can you
And
entirely replace?
sole
Is it
re-
the full sole focus?
No
That's
longer
not the
relevant.
central theme.
All of the other options are way too extreme in nature. So answer should be option D.
So this question again We felt that there were two close options. I'm sure B and C can be easily eliminated. We did say that it's a well-rounded view of the topic, and a previous question validates answer A.
Yeah.
The last paragraph does say something about finding the perfect balance with VR.
But we feel it is way too broad in nature because again, the need for more research and development in VR specific to the medical education field is like...
Yes, so they leave it in limbo here. They don't say medical education.
Yeah.
So what VR are we talking about? And hence it will be answer option A.
Financially burden, a very simple question. Again, something which puts a strain on you. Not a lot to discuss here. I think the simple answer should be D.
Answer is D.
Yeah.
Second last question, foster a deeper understanding. Again, I think the options were easy to handle over here. It is deeper understanding means profound insight.
Yeah.
It's not resistance. It's
Not
not
complex.
reducing the complexity. In fact, it's probably dwelling into it. And superficial is an easy answer to eliminate. Answer will be option A. Last question.
Most weak in the conclusion that addressing the challenges is crucial for harnessing the full potential of VR in medical education. Basically, you just need to show that, it is not that big of a challenge per se, right? So I think the answer to this should be option C, that VR technology is becoming more affordable and accessible, right? In terms of if we talk about the entire section, I think it was an easy one, I think, in terms of vocab preference and all of that as well. I think you guys should have been able to score, I think a good score, I think a fighting score we are projecting is around 38 to 39.
38 to 39. Keeping in mind those 2 or 3 questions that were little debatable. Otherwise, eliminating whatever you got wrong, taking care of how much you could have answered. 38 to 39 is a fighting score for the English section.
So I hope you guys have been able to attempt it well, and we'll be soon back with an overall analysis of AILET, right? The overall overview of the paper, right?
And the cutoffs.
Yeah, thank you.
So that will be all from the English section. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.